Hi everyone. Welcome to the second day of our workshop on historical epistemology. We are ready to start with a session comprising three different interventions, and I am honored to introduce Gwenda-lin Grewal, who is the Onassis Lecturer in Ancient Greek Thought and Language at the New School for Social Research in New York. Her other research awards include the Andrew Mellon Postdoctoral Fellowship in Humanities at Yale University and the Blagan Research Fellowship at Vassar College. Among her publications are two books: Thinking of Death in Plato's Euthydemus, a close reading and new translation, published by Oxford University Press, 2022, and Fashion/Sense on Philosophy and Fashion, Bloomsbury, 2022. Today, she will present a talk titled Fashion and Academic Divisiveness. Please, Gwenda-lin, take it away.
Okay. How is the sound with my mask and the microphone? Is it good? No? Yes? Will it be better without it? Okay. All right. Thank you, Matteo, and all of the organizers. I'm really pleased to be here. And the latter book that Matteo mentioned is the one that I'm going to be talking about today. So in that book, I offer a critique of academia, particularly academic philosophy, for being unaware of its own fashion. Now, by fashion, I mean something both very narrow and very broad, and something that, however you might define it, is even as a word unfashionable in the academic setting. Yet fashion seems, like philosophy, to break the disciplinary structures, not just the framework of the so-called arts and sciences, but rather fashion carries with it a resistance to partiality that itself forms its own partiality. So to put it cryptically at first, by quoting the once unfashionable David Bohm, who's more fashionable now thanks to Adam Becker, quote, "All thought is broken up into bits, like this nation, this country, this industry, this profession. Thought has developed traditionally in a way such that it claims not to be affecting anything, but just telling you the way things are." So traditionally, perhaps, but I wonder if this is also an inevitability, and if its inevitability has something to do with its fashion. By its, I suppose I mean thought, or perhaps that which studies thought, philosophy. Philosophy once held the distinction of being the highest pursuit of thinking about exactly what already is the case. It itself was once science, in the original sense of the Latin word scientia, meaning knowledge or knowing, even a way or fashion of knowing. Fashion, on the other hand, seems at first to be a late arrival. So-called fashion studies only recently emerged as a subdiscipline in the 80s. And while it still remains on the outskirts of scholarly discourse, the word studies gives it the narrowness it would need for academic credibility. But as a nebulous word and an object of study, fashion's being sidelined by other more serious sounding pursuits seems to be the most acute when it comes to philosophy. Already in Plato's Republic, Socrates speaks of a long-standing quarrel between philosophy and poetry. This might be revised as a quarrel between philosophy and fashion, or even the sciences and the arts, though it's tricky since even narrowly, fashion understood as fashioning clothes doesn't admit of clear identification. Textiles are being woven out of bioplastic and mycelium fungus, while museums like the Metropolitan Museum of Art are increasingly homes to displays of clothing as if it were artistic sculpture. But it's the lack of determinism as to what exactly fashion is that makes it so hated and so interesting. In the early 90s, 2 articles appeared in America by Valerie Steele and Karen Hansen about the academic disregard for fashion. Steele's piece was called The F Word, and in it she writes, quote, "Clothes are a taboo subject, a forbidden realm of pleasure. Many of the very same professors who censoriously dismiss the pleasures of dress may well lavish time and money on couture cuisine, stereos, Volvos, computer gadgetry, skis, travel, and wine, but not clothes." In Hansen's article entitled "Dressing Down, Dressing Up, the Philosophic Fear of Fashion," she comments on how philosophers reserve a special disgust for fashion, perhaps because fashion draws attention to changing desires and human transience. But it's strange, fashions, plural, seem to shift like songs in an oral tradition, or perhaps like scientific revolutions. And yet we speak of the singular word fashion as if it were something static behind fashion's various modes. In the realm of fashion, philosophy may see the specter of something which is in it and yet which cannot be controlled by it, namely its own way. If only philosophy didn't have a mode, if only the fashion of its inquiry could be thrown off as if it were a cloak, or be so appropriately tailored to reality that it would cease to affect how we look. The word fashion is now sprawling out very quickly. Even in its clearest meaning as the adverbial force behind an outfit, it can swiftly become a metonym for the outfit itself, or by a different turn, a generic description of any way or manner. Fashion can signify not only costume, but also custom, one word in Italian, costume. Fashion can also mean not only habits, but also in English, double entendre, habits, which means clothes. Fashion is italics, a poetic or rhetorical flourish on the plane, a punctuation mark, which is already a sort of grammatical corset. Fashion is the air of certainty with which someone delivers an argument, the snoot of erudition that makes another feel foolish, the turn of phrase that solidifies conviction, the tilt of a hat, the point of a hot poker. Fashion is not the outfit, but it can make the outfit, just as rhetoric is not the argument, but can make the argument. But this is part of a worry about fashion. In a single stroke, it adorns and also puts into order. As adornment, it appears an excess on the top. As order, it signifies a surface that is so well organized it produces no noticeable effect. The Greek word kosmos has both meanings. It can refer to a jewel or ornament, even the stars, which are the ornaments of the sky. And it can refer to a whole dress or the universe in its entirety. It gives us the words cosmetic and cosmic. So at its most narrow, fashion might be argued to be a special art belonging to the social sciences. At its broadest, it might be equivalent to the mode or style in which every art, science, or social science must participate by default. As to the relationship of style to fashion, style is devised, according to the art historian Alexander Nagel, as, quote, an antidote to fashion. And so it is little surprise that the cure should taste of the poison. The poison has to do with fashion's incessant fickleness, its constant change, its inability to sit still. Style is fashion's somber equivalent, an attempt to stabilize it. But it seems more appropriate to talk about academic disciplines as multiplying along an axis of fashion. In Collini's introduction to Snow's The Two Cultures, he speaks of the, quote, sprouting of ever more specialized subdisciplines and the growth of various forms of interdisciplinary endeavor. It is largely a matter of emphasis, he writes, whether one regards these changes as indicating that rather than two cultures, there are in fact 202 cultures, or that there is fundamentally only one culture. Just as increasing subdisciplines are being introduced, inter and transdisciplinary studies pop up. It's almost as if, despite each discipline or subdiscipline's attempt at doing only its own carved out fashion, each cannot also help but regard itself as singularly relevant to the fashion of the whole. But again, fashion and philosophy break the model, and in doing so, they reveal something about knowing. In the new Routledge Companion to Fashion Studies, the editors, Eugenia Palicelli, Veronica Manlow, and Elizabeth Wissinger, introduce fashion as follows. They say, quote, "Clothing is at home on everyone's body, but in no one discipline. If ever a subject both called for inquiry and resisted classification in a single field or method of inquiry, fashion would be it. In fact, clothes are so closely connected to the person that they seem themselves identifiable bodies. Bodies, too, are spoken of as if they were outfits that you washed, shaped, styled, and felt more or less comfortable in. Fashion is thus always at risk of invading every subject, which I mean in all its ambiguity, as subjectum, that which is thrown underneath. Fashion delivers the subject underneath through the surface to which it and its fashion are never exactly equivalent. So fashion crosses over into anthropology, sociology, history, politics, economics. Philosophy, too, must be either suspiciously guarding the periphery of the disciplines or contending to be equivalent to them all. So we have philosophy of physics, philosophy of mathematics, philosophy of history, philosophy of religion, philosophy of language, philosophy of art. Are these merely philosophy's various fashions? Is fashion the study of the cosmos, meaning both dress and world? In the 19th century, Thomas Carlyle wrote a satirical novel called Sartor Resartus, or The Tailor Retailored, in which the editor, who is a kind of metaphorical tailor, wonders why there has not yet been a quote unquote philosophy of clothes. In fashion studies, the phrase philosophy of fashion has become increasingly popular, but nothing misses the point more. Carlyle's joke is that philosophy, in peeling back the surface to get at the foundation of things, has missed the surface entirely. Every layer that it peels off reveals more surfaces to peel, and not just philosophers, but also scientists have missed that it is clothing all the way down. So the closer you come to fashion understood as expertly trained to see the surface, and philosophy understood as expertly trained to look past the surface, the more the two of them begin to look as if they're trending in the same direction. Revealed depth is but pure surface, and pure surface is but exposed depth. The disciplines themselves are likewise distinctions that can never know themselves as distinctive without risking mistaking themselves for the whole. On the other hand, the university itself is thusly named as if it were the whole world, and yet the divide between it and the world, between academics and non-academics, becomes starker as its front becomes more united. To have a discipline, one needs disciples. But who are the disciples of fashion? It almost sounds like a joke. Many scholars claim that there was no such thing as fashion until modernity, or the West. According to Christopher Wood and Alexander Nagel, fashion as fashion appeared in the late medieval or early Renaissance period, when a secular vision of art as art emerged. Fashion thus begins when art begins to reflect present time in distinction from timeless iconography. This happens with painting, not sculpture. Alternatively, some scholars tie fashion's arrival to the 1850s in Paris with the advent of individual designers. Fashion is there the bringer of individuality, originality, and creative distortion. So techne as art, not skill. Never mind that the sophist Hippias of Elis in the 5th century BC made all his own outfits and bragged about them. This included poetic and prose compositions that he carried around on his person like a hipster with a typewriter. Never mind the opening passage of Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, in which the war itself is prefigured by a change from Athenian to Spartan fashion. The Athenians are said to be the first to set aside their weapons in favor of a softer, more luxurious look. They then change their look again, retiring their quote unquote equipment, a word that could also mean armor, their equipment of luxury, which is something like linen underwear and distinctive securities. They retire all that in favor of a more modest dress in accord with the current fashion. In Greek, the word for fashion there is tropos, which literally means turn or manner. They appropriated this look from their Spartan rivals. The Spartans also set the fashion for exercising completely naked, while before even the quote unquote barbarians still wore belts. Nudity then is the sign of refinement, and for the Athenians, it reflects their democratic ideals, yet it is taken from the one culture that most opposed democracy. A Spartan innovation thus finds itself contingently appropriate to the Athenian image. Athens takes on the image of Sparta, and Athens will lose the war. So Thucydides represents changing times with changing fashions. It was in this sense that Walter Benjamin referred to fashion as a quote unquote tiger's leap into the past. This is not a whimsical, aimless leap, but a leap that is on the hunt. What is fashion hunting? Benjamin says fashion is keeping to the scent of the now in the thicket of the once. He's echoing an earlier remark made by Marx about revolution conjuring up past spirits and costumes. Fashion in particular, with a simple change of hats, can move ideas across time in a way that seems to smirk at historical context. Being hip is like being a revolutionary, bringing what is out back in at a critical moment. In Aristophanes' comic play, The Knights, a sausage seller competing for the attention of an old man named Deimos gives him a pair of slippers and a chiton, which is a sort of light tunic. Deimos calls the chiton a discovery that's greater than that of Themistocles moving the port of Athens to the Piraeus. Yet the chiton itself is a foreign word and garment already in common use. It came into Athens from the Middle East. Fashion, like translation, in shifting meanings from their origins, represents what's already there as if it were an import from another time or another place. But to bring something in, which is shorthand for both in the now and in fashion, the now must already be passing us by. In making the past present, fashion thus creates the illusion of a static past and a receding future, as if once time had been transformed into a timeless space that is elsewhere. The illusion of antiquity thus confers upon fashion an equally elusive modernity. But to borrow from elsewhere, as to borrow from the past, there must first be a past or a there to borrow from. And imagining fashion as continually borrowing leads to the question, how did fashion begin this process? From whence did it arise? And if its constant change is somehow equivalent to its forward thinking, where exactly is fashion headed in always returning to where it was before? Attributing any beginning to fashion would seem to be as impossible as positing a beginning for thinking. Yet if there were to be a time before we wore time's baggage on our persons, a time when our being in the world was stripped, or at least unaware of its fashion, we might be able to imagine a future in which a subject could be uncluttered by individual flair. Those who claim that fashion can be separated from clothes and bodies are like those who imagine it is possible to speak neutrally, naked of ornamented words. The charges against fashion are in this regard quite similar to the charges against philosophy. And by that, I mean the following. Where you have mathematicians, historians, or poets happily calculating sums, recording data, or composing works, philosophy with its critical, some might say obnoxious, eye, swoops in to ask questions of how and why these compositions are the way they are. Philosophy thinks beyond, even peripherally, to the matter at hand, And so, in the play The Clouds, Aristophanes depicts Socrates as an airhead who floats to the clouds in a basket, thinking in a kind of useless, frivolous fashion about precisely the things it is impossible to do anything about. These are changeless things, things without point. And philosophy's fascination with pointless abstractions is all too similar to fashion's fascination with clothes. The earliest absent-minded professor may have been Thales, who fell into a well while he was walking around looking at the heavens. In addition to being clueless, so-called philosophers, a word that is itself its own fashion statement, are also classically ugly, where the word ugly applies to both their dress and their attitude. Socrates was so ugly, the clouds turned into the shape of a centaur when they saw him. The cynics had a shabby chic look and were proud of it. Upon seeing Antisthenes reveal a tear in his cloak, Socrates remarked, "I see your love of reputation in the tear in your cloak." Philosophy is either tattered and unconcerned or intent on stripping off all its fashion. To look at the truth, you must look truthfully, which is to say, you must be wearing a look that is pared down to its most nude or neutral fashion. You must be at leisure too, so you are not swayed in one fashion more than another, precisely the kind of seduction that fashion, and poetry for that matter, is so good at. Fashion is courageously skewed, and its neutral palette no exception, for disinvested vestment is investment nonetheless, a methodical minimalism all too visible in philosophy's expository shroud. Martin Heidegger wore what Gadamer referred to as his quote-unquote existential suit. Once in an interview, Simone de Beauvoir, looking impeccable in a tweed dress and bright red lipstick, commented drolly, "I must tell you, I'm not at all interested in clothes." I note in passing that being disinterestedly interested in fashion has become a mainstream trend in many places. And here, academics and non-academics finally have something in common. It is highly unfashionable to look like you care too much about how you look. This look gained momentum, I think, because of fashion's associations with vanity. Its associations with proper conduct are conveniently ignored, though it's easy to see them in the third-person prose of formal academic writing, securely buttoned down with bibliographies and footnotes. This is the academic equivalent of sweatpants and sneakers, where the first-person singular must travel incognito under the radar of anonymous garb. "Don't judge me," these plainclothes seem to say, as if they were unbiased observations. Fashion thus comes to apologize for appearing as fashion at all. Now I'm going to conclude with an example from what's probably the most famous Italian letter ever written, Machiavelli to Francesco Vettori on December 10th, 1513. Machiavelli writes the following: "When evening has come, I return to my house and go into my study. At the door, I take off my clothes of the day, covered with mud and mire, and I put on my regal, reali, and courtly, curiali, garments. And decently reclothed, I enter the ancient courts of ancient men, where received by them lovingly, I feed on the food that alone is mine and that I was born for. There I am not ashamed to speak with them and to ask them the reason for their actions. And they in their humanity reply to me. And for the space of 4 hours, I feel no boredom. I forget every pain. I do not fear poverty. Death does not frighten me. I deliver myself entirely to them." So Machiavelli does not read ancient texts in dirty clothes. Earlier in the letter, he describes how he got his clothes dirty. He was out catching thrushes with Dante or Petrarch, Tibullus or Ovid under his arm. There is apparently something about Italian and Latin poetry that muddies, obfuscates, and makes the truth harder to see. To read in an orderly fashion, Machiavelli must reclothe himself in regal and courtly garments so that his finest exterior will beget his finest thoughts, and he won't be embarrassed to converse with the dead. The Italian word for regal or royal, reale, is a pun, I think, on reale, real. The courts of the ancients are the courts of dead men, for which it is necessary to look real or true. You might say authentic. This does not mean removing your clothes, but rather wearing the clothes of reality. In these new clothes, Machiavelli becomes more himself. Time ceases to matter. He is not afraid of death, pain, or poverty. And through his conversations with dead men, he is led to write The Prince, though only, he says, on the poet Dante's advice. Machiavelli's real outfit, therefore, remains covered in the mud of poetry. His nudity is a poetic or clothed nudity. Authenticity, or its outward equivalent, objectivity, is the most contrived of all fashions, or at least it's very difficult to tell sheer reality from complete contrivance. One must be wary of the look of truth, a look that arts and sciences might equally be accused of cultivating with various degrees of sprezzatura and transcendence. Does fashion then, especially fashion that pretends to be no fashion, in some way signify a longing to transcend time, pain, poverty, and death, a longing to control our appearances and so our fortunes? Fashion often speaks in terms of basics, necessities, must-haves, essentials, even classics. As if with this foundation, one could master all contingency, an outfit for every occasion, as a theory for every instance. But fashion-like thinking arrives on the scene contingently and only afterwards admits itself to questions of causation, which is perhaps why it can never be successfully removed without reintroducing it. Fashion progresses, however ironically, as knowing does, toward that mythical state wherein it was once effortlessly absent or present without our having before noticed it. The pre-fashion era would have to be a time when time did not discomfort us, a time when all subjects were pursued in comfort, at leisure, and all clothes were therefore leisure wear. But nature, said Heraclitus, is fond of hiding herself. Fashion, which is looking more and more like scientia in the older sense, seems to be our blind spot, the sign that we don't quite understand why we must think, wear, and talk with hidden variables. Its study is not just the study of a subject, but the study of how we think about our thinking about subjects. And in this, it resists being made into a subject, or it comes close to blending into every subject. Now, I admit that to turn everything into the study of fashion would be strange, since the intrigue of fashion is precisely that it can think without quite knowing it. But to go back to something I said earlier, the oral tradition too was transient, and its thinking was centered in no one subject in particular. And yet, unlike so many other things that fade away, this somehow made the oral tradition last longer than even the words that were its fabric. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gwenda-lin, for this thought-provoking talk and for bringing our attention to the conceptual stakes of surrounding fashion. And if you allow me a brief remark, I think sure. Historical epistemology is usually considered to be about showing how seemingly timeless universal concepts have, in fact, historical origins and beginnings, but it could also be about showing how seemingly fleeting concepts or allegedly light concepts, as fashions, for example, have in fact larger stakes and deep implications. They are in fact potential epistemological, ethical blind spots, as you mentioned it. So I have questions, but I would like to first give the chance to the audience to ask questions, and I would also like people from Zoom, maybe if they want to ask questions, we can take questions from Zoom. People can write them down in the chat. I should be able to track them down. So Yeah.
Thank you so much for your inspiring talk. I really appreciated the comparison that you made between fashion and translation, which we could read with Benjamin as quotation. So to take something from a context and to bring it to another one in which it brings a new sense. But I wanted to return to the concept of temporality, in the relationship between temporality and fashion, because I see a kind of dialectic between the temporality, a discontinuous temporality, so to say, and another temporality that we could read with Nietzsche as eternal recurrence. So also in this sense, quotation repeat themselves in different time and space. And perhaps we could read it also with the Deleuzian analysis of différence et répétition. I would like to ask you if you could expand on this topic a bit more.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's precisely that, the kind of time in that double sense where on the one hand, it points to contingency, and on the other hand, the sort of awareness of contingency gives you this window into something that seems like it transcends contingency, and yet which every time you try to formulate it becomes subject to the very contingency that it was meant to sort of break out of. So fashion, I think, is really interesting for that reason, because clothes, while they look like they're spatial, while they look like they've sort of come into this material aspect, actually seem to me to be a kind of representation of time spatialized. So while fashion gets its reputation for being sort of wedded to temporality and wedded to constant change, it's actually this phenomenon of time being spatialized in clothes that I think makes it seem much more like fashion is actually trying to do what philosophy does. It's trying to transcend time. And that's a thing that I think has been maybe largely missed. And it's especially missed when you think about fashion as a narrow sort of subject for study. You miss all of its sort of loftier parallels to these things that you think might not be associated with dressing, namely cosmic considerations of things that are timeless. So I appreciate your formulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just a small comment. Thank you very much for your talk. You mentioned Benjamin, as you just said, and all that you said reminded me of the debate that raged at the very beginning of the 20th century in Germany. I don't know if you know it. Philosophers just as Georg Simmel, or art historians as Heinrich Wölfflin, they debated about what is style and what is fashion. And the idea was that style is the real, the genuine expression of an age or people. And that fashion is a kind of modern disorientation of that taste. And the idea for Wölfflin, for example, is that because we are in a historical age, because art history has become an academic discipline, we know the styles from the past. So now the artists know all the evolution of style and they can choose. So there is no style anymore because we know all the styles from the past. So I don't know if it's what, if you have a comment on that, or if you knew that.
Yeah, sure, I can comment on that. I mean, my sort of argument is really against that. I'm saying that I think fashion is in a way, the style is an attempt to turn fashion into something that it can never be turned into, which I think is a pattern. or something more static. And I think the kind of illusion that art history and so fashion could have an origin or a beginning, and then you could go back and trace all of its historical appearances, is a kind of, it's a sort of chasing a receding specter. On the one hand, of course, fashion has a history. Of course, you know, you can trace certain fashions as originating at certain times and having a certain kind of look to them that gets transformed over time and place, on the one hand. And on the other hand, to trace the origin of fashion as such, and by that I really mean, you know, the sort of appearance of trends, how we can see certain patterns, and yet, you know, how seeing them as patterns inevitably kind of causes the mystique or the curiosity that led us to want to search for patterns. It sort of edits it out, and then you get style, which I think, you know, is the reason why Nagel has this remark that style is the antidote to fashion, but the cure strangely tastes of the poison, and it still carries these difficulties with it. So I want to invert the structure and say that fashion is actually the bigger concept.
And I think that they wanted to say that style is kind of the natural expression of man, of human being, and fashion is arbitrary. So that's why their position is very conservative. So it's exactly the opposite that we're trying to.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We also, Peter, if you allow this, Caroline Jones, who asked the question from, so I would give the chance to ask this question, and she is writing fascinating talk first. That's what she writes. I'm interested in fashion as distinction, style, as well as this reputation of singling out the individual. Yet fashion studies, quotation marks, seems to go for the horde. She asks if you want to comment on this.
The horde?
Horde, H-O-R-D-E.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Okay.
You want to read it?
Yeah, can
yourself?
I read it? Just so I can get a sense.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so am I understanding that correctly, that fashion studies is sort of interested in something more like a study of fashion understood as common rather than as individualistic and kind of singling out and fashion as distinctive. So it's interested, fashion studies often takes as its subject matter industry and consumerism and these things that kind of pervade the mainstream, as opposed to a kind of highbrow understanding of style as distinction, as something elite that only a certain few who have this kind of couture understanding of design can participate in. But I think it's that dynamic between elite distinction on the one hand and a sort of lack of distinction on the other, that was really what I wanted to say was fashion's kind of parallel to the academic divisions and distinctions, that on the one hand, to divide away is to make distinct one thing from another. And on the other hand, in dividing away, there's a sort of claim that each distinction makes to be a whole. And that's especially true in this kind of strange way in which the university itself is named as if it were the universe, as if it were the whole, and yet nothing could be further divided from ordinary affairs. So the university is like the great example of this, as it takes on the fashion of being more common, it becomes distinctive and it starts to look strangely partial. So it's this part and whole distinction and lack of distinction dynamic that I think fashion, signifies, and which makes it stigmatic in the academy in these ways. Though I think usually its stigma comes more from it being associated with common things, with the hoi polloi, with regular people. These are concerns that highbrow intellectuals don't have. They think beyond the surface. They don't think about, trivial matters like what to wear. And yet, if you buy my reading of fashion, nothing could be more connected to a study of how things are put together.
I'm usually well known for being bad at keeping track of time. So we might have time for a very brief question. And so, Peter, if you...
I see your talk as having two important parts. One is elevating the notion of fashion to this wider umbrella concept that helps us understand something much beyond clothing, but embracing the various tropes of rhetoric and argument and gives it a deeper and longer lasting structure. And the other part was to look at the way the disparagement of fashion serves certain purposes. And I just wanted to continue a comment earlier about early 20th century, this moment when Luce wrote this famous piece called Ornament is Crime.
Yeah.
And there's a way in which just at the moment that he and others are trying to change architecture and strip, and in what you might, critics might have called fashionable, unmoored to the sloping roof and the decorative features of Biedermeier and earlier architecture, they were going to make this geometrical structure. I think that there was a certain usefulness in having something else to criticize as fashionable to make this what in fact is a dramatic shift in architecture into something that was not that. So I think that there's always a kind of element of the exertion of power in disparaging fashion. You're celebrating something else. You're sanctifying something else. So in physics, certain physicists say string theory is just fashionable, or postmodern theory in the humanities is just fashionable nonsense. It's a way of defending something else as being permanent, lasting, important, and so there's a function to this disparagement.
Yeah, I really like that. I like that. Yeah, I think that's right along the lines of what I want to say, that there's a sort of motive that you can see in the disparagement of fashion that in fact reveals that it's more important than it might be seen to be if you believed in the disparagement. So where you have people being hostile to something, usually that thing is more important than it's being made to seem. And even the indifference to fashion, I think, is a kind of pointed indifference. It's a sort of, no, but I don't do that kind of thing. So yeah, fashion, I think, is really this very commonly stigmatized but enormously important feature of human life.
So questions keep coming in. There's an interesting one by Daniel Rodriguez Navas, but unfortunately we are running out of time. So Daniel kindly agreed to ask this question later. Okay. So we should thank you, Daniel. And also we should thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
And our next speaker, who I welcome on stage, is Maria Teresa Costa.
You forgot your phone.
Maria Teresa Costa is a research scholar at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science in Berlin. She studied philosophy at Padova University and at Humboldt University in Berlin, and obtained her PhD with a fellowship from Padova University with a dissertation on Walter Benjamin. After her PhD, she was awarded a series of postdoctoral positions at the Zentrum für Literatur und Kulturforschung in Berlin and at the Forum für Kunstgeschichte in Paris, among others. Her actual focus is on the history of art history from 19th century onwards, on visualization techniques at the boundaries between science and art, on intermediate translation, and on the relationship between art, architecture, and science in building epistemic spaces of knowledge. Her talk today is titled A Transcultural History of Art History from the 19th Century and Beyond, Art and Science in Dialogue. Maria Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Matteo, and the organizer for the kind invitation, and also for organizing such an inspiring conference. I thank you also, Gwen, because she introduced, and also in the discussion, many of the authors that are present in my talk. They were anticipated. In this sense, it was kind of an introduction in a way. So I start. The history of art history provides a privileged point of view from which to investigate the deep link between art history and its objects, making us aware of the fact that forms of vision as well as of narration were not always the same from the beginning of the discipline art history. Between the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, art history arises as a scientific discipline, taking part in the process of systematization of the human sciences in their relationship to the natural sciences. First in the German-speaking context, and then in France, Italy, and other countries. This period is of extreme epistemic relevance, as art history is confronted with a fundamental rethinking of its tools, aims, and methodologies. German language authors, notably Abi Warburg, but also Alois Riegel, Franz Wieckhoff, Heinrich Wölfflin, and Willem Worringer, to mention only a few, effected a paradigm shift in the methodology of art history, Kunstwissenschaft, which is difficult to translate in the English language because science of art makes no sense. We could call this perhaps a systematic and scientific approach to art history, which open up the field to a productive confrontation with other disciplines and questions aiming to consolidate art historical practice on a scientific basis. The specificity of these new tendencies emerge as a counterpart to the well-established connoisseurship. As well known, connoisseurs had an internalist approach to art history, considering the work of art as self-sufficient and providing an art historical analysis based above all on visual aspects. In this respect, they approached the work of art in its singularity, studying its material and technical aspects, with the aim of attributing it to one or another artist or artistic school, and following an evolutionary idea of art history. On the other side, Kunstwissenschaftler considered artifacts as part of a cultural history, studying them as a complex cultural objects, which needed the recourse of external factors to be understood. Therefore, one had to reconstruct their social, cultural, and political dimension. The opposition between these approaches was originally not only due to a different theoretical approach, but also to the expression of two different socio-professional groups, the connoisseur coming from the milieu of collecting and the art market, the others working in the academic context. This social factor was not bound to last. Over the decades, things changed since many professors were also working as curators in museums or director of collections. Thus, the end of the 19th century is an extremely fruitful period for the reflection of art historical practices, objects, artistic skills, and technical know-how, both considering the art historical writing and the museum practice. There is one unifying factor which brings together all the various efforts to institutionalize the discipline of art history, that is, to legitimate its methodology on a scientific basis. And this is the pivotal point around which all different narratives diverge. This fundamental methodological question deals with the interest in materials and the technical aspects in the analysis of works of art. As I want to demonstrate, while the scientificity of the practice of the connoisseurship was grounded on the direct observation of the work of art, in dealing with the formal and technical dimension of artifacts, which were meticulously described, the practitioner of the Kunstwissenschaft were establishing their criteria of scientificity in developing a series of general concepts, Grundbegriffe, and formal laws, which should be valid for interpreting work coming from different cultural contexts. This tendency, born in German-speaking countries and later translated in France as sciences et l'art, thus emerged, distancing itself precisely from the direct study of techniques and material aspects, working on a more abstract level and aiming to pinpoint affinities and similarities between artifacts. The practice of connoisseurship dates back to the 18th century in Italy, but it was during the second half of the 19th century that it became en vogue. Different factors contributed to the broadening of this practice, which, as we have seen, was grounded in a set of knowledge and technical know-how elaborated within the concept of private collections, museums, and the art market. It was not only the exponential increase of private collection at the time which accelerated the diffusion of this practice, but also the dissemination of the genre of the catalogue raisonné, as well of temporary exhibitions. All this was guided by the desire to impose the value of authenticity as the driving force for art history, for art historical practice. Following this perspective, the art historian was required to develop a sensibility for materials and technical details with the aim of recognizing the hand of the artist in order to date the work. It is superfluous to underline that all this was grounded in the direct observation of the work of art, with all the consequences that this implies. This practice was Eurocentric, having its focus in Western art history and in particular in the art of the Renaissance and modern art. This connoisseurship was guided by a paradigm of singularity, which for a long time contributed to hiding the collective dimension of working in an atelier during the Renaissance and in modern times. In this sense, concepts such as uniqueness and authenticities were the guiding lines of or principles in the art historical debates at the time, concerned with disputes related to attributions. One of the protagonists of this debate, as it is well known, is Giovanni Morelli, who in 1874 published 2 essays in the well-established German review Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst, under the pseudonym of Ivan Lemoliev, a Russicized anagram of his proper name, inventing the identity of a Russian scholar whose work, unknown to the European scholar of the time, was translated into German by another fictive figure, the translator Johannes Schwarze, whose name was a Germanized version of the Italian Giovanni Morelli, translating the Italian Moro with the German Schwarz. The decision to publish in German was due to the desire to broaden his ideas, since at the time Germany was the most important point of reference for debates in art history. In his work, Morelli-Lemoliev comments on a certain number of paintings from the Galleria Borghese in Rome and other European collections, proposing new attributions. In doing this, he was distancing himself from the existing guidebooks of the museum, criticizing their literary and anecdotal style. In his mind, the connoisseur must deal with attention to the inconspicuous details and aspect of the work, such as the form of ears, fingers, and nails, this being the most difficult part to imitate and thus being essential in attributing a painting to a particular artist and in distinguishing an original from a copy. The comparison between such details became a fundamental tool for a method that Morelli described as scientific as one of the natural sciences. And for this reason, he labeled it in the experimental method, experimental Methode. This particular analysis of the work of art, which is based purely on a visual approach, is indifferent with respect both to the dimension of iconography and of the cultural context approach in which the work is situated, both aspects that Morelli firmly criticized. His opposition between connoisseur, Kunstkenner, and art historians, Kunsthistoriker, is well known. The only criterion of scientificity for him is the one used by connoisseurs, which looks only at the work of art in its concreteness for reconstructing the evolution within the practice of an artist or within an artistic school without consideration of external aspects. The work of his externalist colleagues, whom he defines as art historians, is centered, in his opinion, on the study of textual sources and uses a literary form of exposition which has none of the criterion of objectivity that guides the natural sciences. As indicated, it was exactly in taking distance from this internalist approach to the work of art that new methodologies for art history arose in building the criteria of scientificity on another basis. It is not possible to identify under the single label of Kunstwissenschaft these attitudes, which diverged in many respects. However, one can see in many art historical schools of the time a common effort to emancipate the discipline from an internalist approach, inserting the work of art into a broader cultural and social political context. The specificity of these new tendencies was to consider the object in their singularity as a part of a cultural history. In this sense, objects were regarded as a part of a cross-cultural narrative which transcended spatial and temporal borders. One had to find a new vocabulary for describing this new history of art, a vocabulary that expressed new connection, comparisons, and general concepts. To this aim, art history, by encountering and confronting itself with other disciplines, and therefore with other objects and methodologies, expanded its horizon on. I would like to provide a few examples of Kunstwissenschaften around the 1900s. If in the period of its foundation, authors such as Moritz Tausing and Rudolf Eitelberger were developing a new methodology which found its scientificity in the act of combining Morelli attributionist technique with the rigorous philological method of reading written sources, that is, a close analysis of the artifacts grounded in the criteria of objectivity and historical sciences. Later on, many interpreters were taking distance from the method of connoisseurship. Alois Riegel, who is probably the most known and the read of its interpreters, is one of the clearest examples of this tendency. Both his problem of style, foundation for a history of ornaments, and late Roman art industry are marked by the close interaction between academic writing and museum practice. But they are driven also by a resolved desire to identify the general and fundamental laws of the artistic development. Regal attention is drawn to craft industry, it being an inconspicuous and therefore the most reliable element from which to reconstruct the internal developmental law of the art practice. In the problem of style, he develops a formal history of ornaments, following particular motifs from the ancient Near East through classical, early medieval, and Islamic decorative art. In the late Roman art industry, after having analyzed examples of architecture, sculpture, and paintings from the late Roman period, it is precisely in the last section of the book devoted to art industry that he recalls the notion of Kunstwollen, desire for art, which he had coined in his previous book, Problem of Style. This notion is one of the key terms of his oeuvre, bringing together in a condensed form his tendency to overcome the normative aesthetical principles which had regulated art history until that time, with his idea of the equivalence of artistic techniques. In sum, with the concept of Kunstwollen, Riegel was trying to demolish every hierarchical principle in art history, both between epochs and genre. Furthermore, in introducing objects coming from different cultural contexts than Western art, he contributed to expanding the field toward a global art history. It is not by chance that both books mentioned took their form by distancing themselves from Gottfried Semper's work style in the technical and tectonic art, by overcoming his notion of Kunstkönnen. That is the concept that artifacts are as they are because of some external material and technical factors that oblige artists to forge their work in that way. In criticizing Semper's theory, Riegel was also taking distance from Semper's idea of a mimetic origin of the arts. In following the development of patterns in different epochs, Riegel traces an immanent evolutionary principle of style and insists on the continuity of this evolution because, as he claims, there are no epochs of decadence. The history of art is driven by an immanent principle of intentionality, which does not belong to singular artists, but is the expression of the collecting Weltanschauung of a particular period, which is inserted in a continuous evolutionary history. This idea is developed in more radical terms by Heinrich Wölfflin in a different context. If Riegel's approach was conditioned by his experience as a museum curator in Vienna, and thus by a strong interest for objects in their materiality, Wölfflin turned to art history after being trained in philosophy and psychology, and after having discussed a doctoral thesis on the psychology of architecture. From the beginning, his main interest was to reconstruct a history of style, looking for its driving force, which he defines as a Formgefühl, an expression that could be translated both as feeling for form and formal sensibility. Following this perspective, his first art historical book, entitled Renaissance and Baroque, reconstruct a history of the stylistic evolution from a linear principle of composition typical of the Renaissance to a pictorial one which characterized the Baroque. To reconstruct this history, Wölfflin does not give importance to the individual specificities, that is, to the peculiarity of the artist's techniques used by different artists in the course of art history. From the first page, he affirms with emphasis that what is at stake is the history of style and not the history of artists. His motto, an art history without names, Kunstgeschichte ohne Namen, is well known. At the center of this effort to reconstruct the transition from Renaissance and Baroque is a series of general principles which must be situated beyond single techniques and material aspects. So, for instance, the architecture of the Renaissance is characterized by an interest in surfaces, while the Baroque period has at its center depth. The first creates well-delimited forms, while the second creates open and non-delimited form. The Renaissance prefers clear and structured masses, while the Baroque mix different elements. These general formal principles that are sketched out in this book, Renaissance and Baroque, would acquire a systematic structure in this later work, Principles of Art History, the problem of the development of style in early modern art, which is probably the most read art historical book throughout the world. The history of forms is reconstructed through a variety of sources and media, integrating objects that were normally not considered a work of art as fashion. According to Wölfflin, the history of style runs parallel with the history of perception. In this way, the idea emerged that one can infer the perceptive style of that epoch from the way in which a certain culture forms its images and forms. Wölfflin defined himself as a psychologist of form, and over the years, he continues to return to the vocabulary of psychology for describing the psychical function that determine the evolution of style on the one side and of vision on the other side. Art history is thus described by Wölfflin as the history of the ways of seeing beyond technical, individual, and local specificities. From this perspective, it is interesting to recall Wölfflin's comparative methodologies in which he juxtaposed images from different origins associated by formal similarities, a practice he used when he was teaching at Berlin University. It is impossible to imagine such a technique without invention of photography and of the dual light projector. From this point of view, we could add that not only style and perception are subjected to evolution, but also their medial and technical support. And this has a fundamental importance from an epistemological point of view. To reconstruct the history of images implicates for the history of science to reconstruct the history of media. Through the photographic medium, Wölfflin was able to erase hierarchies between works of art and epochs. One must say, however, that Wölfflin was dedicating only a few theoretical reflections to the revolution introduced by photographic reproduction. One essay was about the question of how to photograph sculptures, and another one about the consequences of inverting its light. It was one of his contemporaries coming from a total different context who made this revolution the guiding principle of his study of the history of images, and who devoted himself to this topic almost entirely in his late work. I'm referring here to Aby Warburg. The experimentation conducted by him from 1924 can be interpreted as a proper paradigm shift from a more traditional art historical genre in which images illustrated the text to a work in progress in which the visual arrangements are no more intended as mere illustration of something else, but instead as eigenständige Vermittlungsformen, that is to say, as the main work. His Mnemosyne Atlas is an attempt to build a visual epistemology which translates the concepts and ideas expressed in his previous text into a visual language. At the center of this effort was a series of images from different spatial and temporal contexts and expressed by different media, collected according to their reference to a particular concept and homogenized by the fact that they were put as black and white photographs on a black background and provisionally fixed with thumb text. Each image hanging on one of the panels was not only in dialogue with the other images on the same board, but was in itself an endless referral network to other images and history. That is, it required both memory and imagination. This implies going beyond the dimension of the visible, alluding to a higher level where the borders between individual and collective are blurred. These images were collected under a series of themes, Grundbegriffe, which were to serve as orientation points in Warburg's work. The atlas appears then as a sort of visual vocabulary of his main concept and can be read in this perspective as an elaborated technique of intermediate self-translation. In the introduction to his Mnemosyne Atlas, Warburg offers a definition of the image as Bilderfahrzeug, which means image vehicle, indicating with this expression that an image is at the same time the vehicle of transmission of content and the content itself, the media support and what is transmitted. With this metaphor, Warburg refers to Flemish tapestry. I quote, due not only to its mobility, but also its technique, which fitted the multiple reproduction of its image, the Flemish tapestry is the first, albeit colossal, vehicle for mobile images, which, freed from the wall, served as forerunner of the printed illustrated page, in other words, the copper engraving and the woodcut, that for the first time made the exchange of expressive values between North and South into a vital part of the process of circulation that shaped the formation of European style. End of quote. In addressing the question of support, Warburg means that it cannot be isolated from the question of the image itself. Media are part of a discourse about the technical material condition which contribute to determine the ways in which an image circulates, migrates, and transforms itself within different cultural contexts. In this sense, in 1928, in a letter to his friend and colleague Jacques Mesnil, Warburg formulated the principles which could be read as the epistemic foundation for his collection of images. It is, I quote, "It is an extensive system of clothes hooks on which I want to hang all the smoke and building textiles from the loom of time." End of quote. This sentence condenses in Nuce Warburg's intention to visually translate his previous work, which up to that moment had operated through text into a new medial form. Through the panel, through the Bildertafel, he was able not only to confront and put in dialogue visual material from different sources, but also on a methodological level to interrupt the linearity of the linguistic argumentation and translate it to the simultaneity of a visual way of thinking. It is thus interesting to remark that it was photography that allowed Warburg to build a history of images without hierarchies, either between artists or artistic school or between genre and media. In taking distance from an art history based on the study of materiality and techniques as practiced by connoisseurs. As we have seen, it is impossible to describe the institutionalization of art history as a discipline without its relationship to technical mediums such as photography or X-ray, or in more recent times, digital technologies. This is an exhibition by Georges Didier Baman in the Palais de Tokyo in Paris, inspired by Warburg Atlas, in which the spectators are really entering and working on the images. It has to be underscored that the authors mentioned gave rise to a wide debate on the potential of technical mediums of reproduction in recognizing their quality, not merely producing a surrogate or duplication of an object, but their potentiality as epistemic tools, which are able to generate a new and specific knowledge that can only be revealed through them. A big question is raised, namely, that vision is always affected by the technical and material condition under which objects reach us. Through these mediums, we see differently, and this is related also to the question of displacement. The object is not shown in its original context, but through its technical reproduction, it is transposed, translated, and therefore transforms into something different, which sometimes survives after the death of the original. These questions, which are expressed in nuance at the end of the 19th century, are at the center of the actual transdisciplinary debates in the fields of visual studies, Bildwissenschaft, global art history, and digital humanities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria Teresa, for this compelling reconstruction. I myself will try to say something about this or to refer indirectly to these authors today, but as an amateur, I mean, later in my talk. So I'm glad that you laid down the important things about them so that I don't have to go into the details again. So the floor is now open for questions and remarks. So also through Zoom.
So good morning, and thank you very much for your effective overview of German Kunstwissenschaft. So I'm an aesthetician, and while hearing to your talk, I was immediately thinking to another process which basically occurred in the century before the rising of Kunstwissenschaft. That is, the process began with Kant, basically, in which the arts have been basically opposed to science. For sure you remember the paragraph, the section of the third critique, the critique of judgment, where Kant opposes the genius, the artistic creator, to the scientist, and says that the artistic creation cannot be compared to the process through which the scientist collects a shared knowledge and can make his own steps toward a result visible and shareable among the scientific community. So I was wondering if the opposition between connoisseurship and Kunstwissenschaft is the only and main point, or if in this, in the rising of Kunstwissenschaft, also probably a more essential and a stronger contraposition with this kind of aesthetic issues and claims could have played a role. Thank you in advance.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I think you are right, and the rise of Kunstwissenschaft was not only so to say contraposed to the group of connoisseurship, but was also a tendency to bring the aesthetical debate, the philosophical aesthetical debate in art history. In this sense, the Kunstwissenschaft was a more theoretical approach to the concept, to the art historical concept and the aesthetical concept, and there are at the same time there are also conferences organized by Kunstwissenschaftler and other philosophers of aesthetics, in which they're trying to trace the line of separation between an historical approach to art history and a more theoretical. Yes, in this context, Kant also play an important role.
Are there other questions? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. If I just may add a few words on Wölfflin, which I know well. What is really interesting, I think, for us today, and there's a kind of hidden connection between Wölfflin and Ludwig Fleck, which was mentioned yesterday, is what is really interesting in Wölfflin is the idea that vision itself has a history, and that vision itself is culturally predetermined. So he says, for example, when in his little text on how to photograph sculptures, yeah, is one of the first, I think, to realize that photography is not a neutral medium. Yeah. It's a perspective on the world. So it's a way of shaping yeah, the world itself. So, and what is really interesting is that he says, okay, we are moderns, and when we are talking about past artworks, we have to realize that our way of envisioning this artwork is not the same as the time of its creation. So we have to, in a way, change our mode of vision itself. So that's I think, the most important contribution of Wölfflin to that debate. So, yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. It is a very important observation. And at that time, many Kunstwissenschaftler were discussing about the temporality, proposing different sort of periodization and temporal time, and this idea to put attention on the observer and on vision, it is a very important shift in the history of art of the period. And as you heard, I worked a lot on Walter Benjamin. My dissertation thesis was on another topic, but I worked also about Benjamin image theory and its sources that are exactly these authors, or among others. And in his very famous article on the work of art, he exactly quotes both Riegel and Wölfflin, and add that also not only vision changes throughout time, but also the perception and has an history, and the media support, and so on. And I think this topic is quite important for us. And also for these times in which digital technologies as infographic or 3D reproduction are a step forward to what Wölfflin, Warburg, and so on were anticipating.
We have a question from Zoom from Caroline. She she thanks you for the clear elucidation of this history. And she says, museums were a strong thread with Riegel, of course. And I wonder if you have a thought about the collapse, quotation marks, of science with André Malraux, Museum Without Walls. And then she links an image. I don't know if we can open it in the chat. Nella chat c'è un link a un'immagine, se riusciamo, altrimenti. Okay, I can show it to you. This one.
Okay, can I read
the question again?
Yes.
Sure.
Oh, it's disappeared. There. Thank you so much for your interesting question. In fact, you're probably right. There is a big debate about the comparison between Malraux and Warburg, for instance, in which, because as you see in these famous images, he also put, it is similar to the atlas apparently, but there are quite different experiments that then come to reality, in the sense that from all these images that he put on the floor, he then wrote a book in which he was comparing different images, more in a sense of Wölfflin, perhaps, that in a Warburgian sense. And there are also some polemics about the word art history that he was proposing because of colonialist problems. So in this way, I agree that there is, in a sense, is the epistemic aim of the epistemic aim of his art historical practice and work is not the driving force of his work. In this sense, we could also speak about collapse of science. About museums, this period, as you know, is an important period also from the perspective of museums collection. Many important museums open at that period or reorganize the collections, and temporary exhibition are also spread in this particular period between the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century and so on. And I see this as an epistemic, a quite important epistemic way to show the object in a more effective way, perhaps, because there, I mean, in the art historical writing, you have the writing and the illustration, but in the museum there are many other factors which impacts, for instance, the display, the technical media, and the way in which things are shown are affecting us, and in one sense also bringing us to see things in a particular way. Of course, there is always space for imagination, but I think it is important to put in the forward the importance of museums and exhibition spaces in these times. And there were also, I didn't spoke so much about this, but both in the art historical writing and even more in the museum practice, there are a series of crossing boundaries between different disciplines. If you think of museums of natural sciences and museum of art, there are many, at that time, there are many debates about the difference and the similarities of this on an epistemological level.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Maria Teresa. Let's thank our speaker again. So it's time for us to take a break, and we will start again in 20 minutes. There's some coffee and biscuits just outside the room.
Matteo, est-ce qu'on rebaisse le micro?
Si.
Merci. Je me suis peut-être prise. Attends, faut que je te dise. Et on peut tester en fait. Tu me dis dans la salle si c'est trop fort ou pas. Quel confort? Pas assez fort. Et là, non? Est-ce qu'il vaut mieux que je parle plus fort sans amplification ou qu'on monte le micro?
Il faudra de toute façon utiliser les micros pour Zoom.
Oui, oui, oui. Parce que sinon, je peux parler fort, mais on peut... Donc, il y a plus... Ah, c'est dingue.
J'ai remarqué aussi que ça change beaucoup. Par exemple, à ce coin-là, c'est pas mal. Mais au milieu de la salle, ça crée un effet... ouais.
Et hier, tu as eu la bonne idée de couper la clip.
La clip, est-ce que ça est en train de rouler,
Non,
la clip? Non.
Et donc, du coup, il faut remonter un petit peu. Je monte là?
No, je pense che funziona questo volume qui del microfono? No, ça fonctionne pas
Ouais.
en fait.
Et là,
Si, on peut baisser encore un peu?
non, bah non, du coup, il faudrait remonter.
No. Ah no, mi dicono se si può al contrario alzare un pochino, forse, leggermente alzare. Prova? Tu peux essayer?
Oui,
Lucie?
c'est bon. Sinon, n'hésite pas à venir devant, peut-être, je sais pas. Là, c'est bon? Ok. Si on n'arrive pas à homogénéiser...
Okay. We are resuming with the final talk of our morning session. And I'm going to present Lucie Fabry, who has a PhD in philosophy, and she's currently a temporary lecturer at Aix-Marseille University and postdoctoral researcher at the Centre Jules Gaston Granger. She joined Lucie joined our research network during the 2016 edition and contributed to the organization of our annual workshops in the last 2 years. Her research focused on French epistemology in the 20th century, with a specific interest in the relation between natural and social sciences in the tradition of what Jules Gaston Granger called comparative epistemology. She especially studied the work of Gaston Bachelard and its reception among social scientists, and she recently published a scientific edition of Le Matérialisme Rationnel by Bachelard at the Presse Universitaire de France. Her thesis offered an epistemological reading of the work of the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss. She will present us today a work in progress on the French sociologist and epistemologist Jean-Claude Passeron, under the title, Is There a Science of Interpretation? Sociology of Art and Epistemology of Social Sciences in the work of Jean-Claude Passeron.
Thanks a lot, Matteo. I have a PowerPoint. Thanks. Thanks a lot. So I would like to start by introducing Jean-Claude Passeron. Born in 1930, Jean-Claude Passeron studied philosophy at École Normale Supérieure and was one of the philosophers who turned to sociology in the early 60s, working as a teaching assistant of Raymond Aron at the Sorbonne. He is especially famous for his collaborations with Pierre Bourdieu
He published with him Les Héritiers in 1964, English translation The Inheritors. Most of the English translation of Bourdieu and his collaborator were made by Richard Nice. And after that, he published with Bourdieu La Reproduction in 1970, translated as Reproduction in Education, Society and Culture. Two studies which show how the French school system in the 1960s tends to reproduce social inequalities. In the meantime, Passeron and Bourdieu had published Le métier de sociologue, translated as The Craft of Sociology, with a third co-author called Jean-Claude Chamboredon. And this last work was conceived both as a sociology textbook and a contribution to the epistemology of sociology. And the authors were deeply influenced by Gaston Bachelard and intended to apply Bachelardian concepts to sociology. Jean-Claude Passeron broke all ties with Pierre Bourdieu after the publication of La Reproduction in 1970. In the testimony he gave on this subject, Jean-Claude Passeron attributed this breakup to a disagreement on the epistemology of sociology. He continued to supervise surveys in the sociology of art and culture, and on the other hand, he continued to develop his epistemological reflection in a direction that distances him from the thesis of the craft of sociology. Passeron's main publication during this second period of his work was the Raisonnement sociologique, the sociological reasoning. This is a collection of articles written at different times and dealing with different subjects, but there is an effort to bring them together in a coherent work, which is particularly clear in Passeron's choice to close the book on a series of propositions and definitions which sum up more geometrical the main thesis of the book. Passeron therefore gathered in this book texts on the epistemology of social sciences and papers on the sociology of art and culture. And today I would like to question the relationship between these two dimensions of his research. And I would like to go beyond the statement that Jean-Claude Passeron is a sociologist who is also interested in the epistemology of his own discipline, in order to investigate more deeply the relations between these two kinds of texts that he wrote at the same period. The first observation that can be made is that the collection entitled Sociological Reasoning does not have two distinct and separate parts dedicated, for the first one to sociology of art and for the second one to epistemology of social sciences. There are actually sections which include both kinds of texts. Here we have part third, with a chapter 10 on epistemology of historical sciences entitled Historical Statements, Information, Knowledge and Intelligibility. And after that, a chapter in sociology of art entitled The Weak Use of Images, Studies of the Reception of Painting. And the title of this part indicates what these texts have in common, and this is the notion of interpretation. And it's the same notion of interpretation which Passeron placed at the heart of his reflection in sociology of art, is also at the center of his analysis of the social sciences, which are presented as interpretative sciences. Indeed, the position adopted by Passeron in this last work from an epistemological point of view differs from that of the craft of sociology, which he had published with Bourdieu and Chamboredon, in that Passeron seeks to widen the gap between natural and social sciences. In the first work, The Craft of Sociology, the three authors emphasize the need for sociology to become, I quote, a science like the others, that is to say, a science closer to natural sciences. Whereas in sociological reasoning, Jean-Claude Passeron chooses instead to widen the gap between social sciences and natural sciences. In this work, he turns to Karl Popper when it comes to developing an epistemology of experimental sciences, while he turns to Max Weber
in order to find resources for his epistemology of social sciences, and highlighting Max Weber as a reference that allows us to understand the epistemological specificity of the social sciences is what leads him to use this notion of interpretation, a notion which Max Weber himself had inherited from the work of Wilhelm Dilthey. These elements lead me to the project of making a cross-reading of Passeron's work on sociology of art and his epistemological works, bringing to the fore the question of the status and the condition of possibility of interpretative sciences. By comparing what Passeron writes as a sociologist on aesthetic interpretation as social practices and what he writes as an epistemologist on interpretation as scientific practices, I will question the relation between art and science, but also between epistemology and sociology. I will wonder in particular whether Passeron defines demarcation criteria between scientific and non-scientific interpretations, and in what sense these scientific norms of interpretation may differ from the social norms of interpretation. I will begin by presenting Passeron's sociology of art before presenting his epistemology of social sciences and finally raising the question of the articulation. Passeron, in his sociology of art, has conducted surveys, and I want to mention in particular a survey conducted with Emmanuel Pedler at the Granet Museum. The Granet Museum, it's Aix-en-Provence Fine Art Museum. The field work with Emmanuel Pedler gave rise to the book Le temps donné au tableau, Time Given to Paintings, which was recently reissued. The survey was based on a method that the authors called quantitative ethnography, which is based on measuring the time that spectators devote to each painting during their visit to an exhibition. And the authors draw a lot of interesting conclusions from this quantitative data. For instance, they compared the paintings that people said they appreciated with a painting to which they actually devoted the most time to notice if there are discrepancies and how we can interpret these discrepancies. And they also wonder how it comes that people devoted much more time to a given painting than to another, which may seem similar at first view. So they managed to really, from this indicator, this measure of time given to a painting, which could seem extremely poor and reductive in the interpretation of aesthetic practices, they drew a lot of interesting conclusions about aesthetic tastes and aesthetic practices. And Jean-Claude Passeron did not only publish the reports of this investigation, but also more general consideration on the way in which art should be studied. He did so in particular, in the chapter of the sociological reasoning, which I've already mentioned, entitled The Weak Use of Images. It's here, chapter 12. Where Passeron dialogues with aesthetic philosophy, especially that of Hans Robert Jauss and that of Ludwig Wittgenstein. And in this text, he approves of the emergence of an aesthetics of reception, which he considers superior to all the approaches that attributed works of art an immanent meaning and immanent aesthetic value. But Passeron also underlines that this aesthetics of reception could fall into the same pitfalls as traditional aesthetics if it only speaks about a supposed audience without deepening the historical and sociological study of the actual receptions of works of art by real concrete audiences. So Passeron claims that sociology enables the study of the empirical diversity of interpretations which are made of a given work of art and allows to question the distribution of this interpretation within a social space. And in that sense, he underlines that sociology must question the practice of scholarly aesthetics, because he notices in scholarly aesthetics an obstacle to such a sociological study of concrete interpretative acts, in a sense that this scholarly aesthetics can be associated with what he calls a form of class ethnocentrism, which leads to a spontaneous devaluation of popular interpretations of work of art, defined negatively by a lack of knowledge, a lack of subtlety, or regarded as misinterpretations that should be corrected. You don't know art enough in order to understand this painting. And Passeron also criticized what appeared to him as a widespread tendency to substantialize the meaning of a work of art. That is, a belief that a work of art has in itself a meaning which should be discovered and which would be discovered by critics and historians of art. In that direction, he criticized Erwin Panofsky's work on Gothic architecture, which he regarded as a typical example of error made by what he calls an over-hermeneutist, who lends to the reception of an art or a building the interpretation which is the richest and can over-interpret, in the sense that he may consider that the meaning of a building is what the historian of art writes about it. So Passeron wants to avoid two pitfalls. Firstly, that scholarly interpretations à la Panofsky be taken for a restitution of spontaneous interpretations of work of art. It would constitute an imaginary public rather than making an empirical study of the actual audience. And the second mistake would be to consider this scholarly interpretation as a standard against which non-scholarly interpretation would be judged, which would lead to highlighting their deficiencies rather than restoring their own logic. This is why, according to him, the empirical description of the plurality of interpretations of works of art must be accompanied by an analysis of the forms of cultural dominations. This is what is especially deepened in the works that Jean-Claude Passeron published with Claude Grignon in 1998, Le Savant et le Populaire, which could be clumsily translated as The Scientist and the Popular. And in that book, the authors underlined the difficulty of the study of popular culture and popular cultural practices, which has to satisfy two opposite requirements. First, popular cultural practices have to be studied in their own logic and coherence without discrediting them, while we must also take into account the fact that these popular cultures are dominated within a given society. And this domination manifests itself in particular in the fact that cultural practices of the working classes are not socially recognized as cultural capital, for instance, or it could also manifest itself in the fact that the members of these working classes tend to depreciate their own artistic tastes in certain contexts. Thus, according to Passeron, who remains close to Bourdieu in this respect, even when the dominated classes and the dominant classes appreciate the same works of art, the latter consider themselves to be the only one to appreciate them properly, namely to interpret them correctly, and are recognized as such even by the dominated classes. So let's now turn to the text on epistemology of the social sciences, which are also presented as interpretative sciences. So first, the use of this notion of interpretation in both cases raises an interesting question, which is, do we interpret a historical event or a sociological phenomenon as we interpret a painting, for instance? If we assume that historical and social sciences offer interpretations, we may try to apply to these disciplines the notion that Passeron used in his sociology of reception. Could we, for instance, describe the work of an historian using the notion of reception packs, for instance, when we compare different interpretations of the same historical event by members of different social backgrounds at different times? However, even if we may explore the parallel between interpretation of art and interpretation in the social sciences, there seems to be a limit to this parallel, which lays in the way in which Passeron addresses the existence of a plurality and a hierarchy of interpretations in both cases. I will sum it up by saying that in his studies of the sociology of art, the question of the hierarchy of interpretations is questioned from the angle of cultural domination, whereas in his epistemological writing, this hierarchy is approached from the perspective of the development and progress of scientific knowledge. So if we want to investigate this discrepancy, we must wonder how a sociological study of aesthetics differs from an epistemology of social sciences. And these two types of studies certainly differ by their objects, art on the one side, science on the other, but they also differ by their approach to this object, sociological in the first case, epistemological in the second. So I suggest that the difference in the treatment of interpretation in both cases is perhaps less related to the field studied, art or science, than to the approach that is proposed to each of these fields, a sociological study in one case and an epistemological one in the second. So I must therefore begin by specifying how the epistemological approach differs from the sociological one in Passeron's work. Passeron defines epistemology in a Bachelardian way as a description of the sciences in their facticity. I quote a translation I made on a paper called De la pluralité théorique en sociologie, where he writes, Bachelard's approach, which can inspire an epistemology of the social sciences, is an approach that excludes any philosophical a priori in the definition of scientificity. Indeed, his historical characterization of the new scientific spirit as it emerged from a series of scientific revolutions obliges him to take into account all the cognitive operations considered in their diversity without gauging them at the preliminary standard of a definition of scientific reason. Thus, separating himself from the philosopher of science, the epistemologist agrees to describe these operations in their factuality, that is to say, as they are, as have been practiced in the natural sciences, which have effectively succeeded in increasing the sum of our rational knowledge of the empirical world. So at first sight, this description of the tasks of epistemology could make it difficult to distinguish it from sociology of science if we define the latter as an empirical study of scientific practices and representations. However, it should be noted that following Gaston Bachelard, epistemology, as Passeron conceives it, operates a singular mixture between the descriptive and the normative. Passeron wants to describe science, but to describe sciences as sciences, that is to say, in their legitimate claim to scientificity. Passeron therefore seeks to identify the immanent norms of scientific practices by which they seek to distinguish themselves from pre- or non-scientific approaches. Epistemology, thus understood, therefore wants to stand out from traditional philosophy of science or theory of knowledge by its refusal to adopt a prior conception of reason or human knowledge, and its decision to start from the study of concrete scientific practices. The fact remains, however, that it does not content itself with describing these practices, but seeks to clarify the criteria which make it possible to discriminate between science and non-science, or at least between good and bad scientific practices. And I do not mean here that Passeron believes that there was only one good interpretation of a social or historical phenomenon, which would be the true and scientific one. Indeed, in the sociological reasoning, Passeron claims that social sciences are characterized by an irreducible theoretical pluralism, which implies that no single interpretation of a historical event or a social phenomenon can definitely set aside all the others. So in that sense, Passeron would still claim that we should refrain from thinking that a social phenomenon has a meaning in itself. The notion I introduced earlier, that we shall not substantialize interpretations offered by social scientists, that there are different theories which all shed light on these phenomena from different angles, is still valid in this epistemology of social sciences. However, this pluralism does not prevent Passeron from formulating a certain number of requirements which allow to make the distinction between good and bad interpretations, or let's say between the less good and the less bad. Passeron has grouped together under the notion of exemplifications the forms of proof and the argumentative requirements specific to the interpretative sciences, which, although they differ from those which prevail in the experimental sciences, nevertheless constitute a set of constraints in the delimitation of what can accurately be said about the empirical world. And interestingly, if I go back to the example of Erwin Panofsky, which I mentioned earlier, it seems that the work of Panofsky, which was sharply criticized in Passeron's text in the Sociology of Art, fairly well meets the criteria of Passeron's epistemology. For instance, Passeron explained in his epistemological text that Georges Dumézil's comparative Indo-European mythology is good science, inasmuch as this comparative approach between different myths is, I quote, documented and controlled. And in his reading of Georges Dumézil, Passeron set two main criteria, which is the multiplicity of what he calls exemplifications. That is the fact that Dumézil theory sheds light on multiple aspects of the myths he studied. So the fact that the comparisons between different myths is, I quote, pursued down to the smallest significant details. And along with this criteria of the multiplicity of the exemplification is the other criteria of semantic coherence of the interpretation. That is the fact that Dumézil works does not pile up incoherent considerations, but provides a global intelligibility. All of this, it seems, could very well apply to Panofsky's parallel between Gothic architecture and scholasticism, which we referred to earlier. So if we reconsider Passeron's criticism towards Panofsky from this perspective, we may assume that he did not claim that Panofsky made bad science. His criticism would mainly have the purpose of fighting against the temptation to attribute to things, events, or social agents themselves the results of scientific research. Passeron takes up, in this sense, a distinction introduced by the philosopher Gilles Gaston Granger between what he calls practical rationality, which designates the representation that agents make of their own actions, and epistemic rationality, which designates the type of intelligibility of the empirical world that a scientific theory can provide. I will conclude this presentation by going back to the comparison between sociology of art and epistemology of social sciences. Passeron insisted on the specificity of epistemology and presented it as irreducible to the sociology of science. He denounced as a caricatural form of what he calls sociologism, the thesis according to which scientific norms are reducible to social norms. According to him, one can distinguish criteria of scientificity for a discipline, and it is a different task from that which consists in studying these disciplinary practices as social facts. Passeron himself did not study sociology of science. He remained an epistemologist when it came to science, while being a sociologist when he studied art. And if we had wanted to apply a symmetrical approach to the study of both domains, art and science, we could have considered developing, on the one hand, an aesthetics, which would constitute for art this mixture of the descriptive and the normative that epistemology represents in the study of knowledge. We would then designate by aesthetics a discipline which strives to distinguish the immanent norms of artistic practices, which make it possible to distinguish what is art and what isn't art, and explaining the criteria which allow to establish a hierarchy of aesthetic productions. Such an aesthetic would refuse to consider all interpretations of works of art as equally valid, and try to set criteria of good interpretation. And criteria, aesthetic norm, which would not be merely social norms. And this raises the questions of what the promoters of such an aesthetic might reply to Pierre Bourdieu, who in La Distinction studied the social norms of aesthetic judgments by showing that works of art only receive aesthetic value because the dominant class has granted it to them and for no other reason. So there would be a dialogue in such an aesthetic, which would be the analogous for art and taste of epistemology for scientific practices. And conversely, it would be up to a sociology of knowledge and representation to study the plurality of reception of a given historical event or social phenomenon. In other words, to investigate the forms of common knowledge of which the social sciences would constitute the scientific counterparts. And in the same way that Passeron had placed at the heart of his study of aesthetic sociology the question of the articulation between scholarly reception and popular ones, one could then address sociologically the question of the articulation between scientific knowledge and popular knowledge. And I wonder whether Passeron would have taken up in this last analysis the question of domination, which played such an important role in his sociology of art, or whether the sociology of scientific knowledge would still have some specificity, which would make it unique within the sociology of culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucie. That was very helpful, and thank you for taking through Passeron's analysis and insights about the articulation between these different domains and analytical approaches, as aesthetic, sociological, and epistemological approaches. So I want to open the discussion to the room, and both the physical room and the virtual room, for questions and remarks. So.
Thank you. It was a wonderful talk and an overview of a set of practices of interpretation orthogonal to some of what we normally think of. And so I very much appreciate that. My question has to do with the role of normativity in these pictures. My first take on your interpretation of Passeron's interpretation was that he took the problematic aspect of the philosophy of science, or by extension, in some ways, Panofsky's role in the history of art, as that they were normative and trying to dictate to us what science, reason, or art should be, and that Passeron was more identifying with a Bachelardian interpretive set of practices that were, observational in a sense, that was saying, what are the scientists or mutatis mutandis, the artists doing, and that we should take that to be, we should be open to that and not cut off by an a priori notion of what would count as art or count as scientific reason. And then later, I thought that all I know about Passeron is what I learned from this talk. So I'm just trying to understand the position. But then later, Passeron seemed to see something normative in this more observational study of the world. And I wondered what, as you assess the work as a whole, as you understand this alternative to the standard philosophy of science as a set of diktats about what scientific reason should be, or correspondingly in art history, where do you see the role of normativity in the Passeronian ideal?
Thank you very much. I think what's interesting is that Passeron wanted to separate two kinds of norms. He says there are social norms linked to the idea of distinction on cultural domination, and there are epistemological norms, and they are completely different. And that's what makes it strange for sociologists of knowledge. But for him, it was completely different. And he criticized Bourdieu for thinking that the two could be connected somehow. In this article on the specificity of the field of the scientific field and the social conditions for the progress of reason, where Bourdieu specifically wonder how these two kinds of norm interacts concretely. And Passeron says this is bringing confusions to two separate activity, sociology of knowledge on the one side and epistemology on the other. And he said that if you read scientific texts, you may find scientific norms which are independent from a sociological point of view. That's the main thing. So he, on the one side, was assuming a normative approach in his epistemological works, but not thinking of it as a socially normative one. And on the other side, he was criticizing, you're right, Panofsky in the sociology of art, thinking that he has a normative approach to what interpretation in art should be, whereas we should, on the one side, try to understand each reception in its own coherence and study the process of cultural domination and its effects. I don't know if it's answer your question. It's also a question about what is relativism and how is it acceptable for Passeron. And he clearly rejects epistemic relativism, saying there are norms, scientific norms. We cannot write anything and call it science. And for cultural relativism, it's a completely different story. He says that cultural relativism is a tool that we should use methodologically and with care as a moment of investigation. It says there is a moment in which, in order to study popular culture, we must adopt some relativism and say they all have the same words, and I should give the same attention and give the same coherence to the interpretation that a child would give of a painting than of Panofsky himself. But he says this is a moment, but only temporary, because you cannot stay in this area of cultural relativism, because actually society are not relativist culturally. There are hierarchy and not every opinion has the same worth. So he said we should also analyze this hierarchy and understand how it works.
Okay, are there other questions or remarks, comments? Yep, please.
Thank you for your very, very interesting talk. Just a reference that may be of interest to you. Do you know the text by Panofsky called Hercules at the Crossroads, Hercule à la croisée des chemins in French? And I think it might be of interest to you because in the preface of this text, Panofsky explicitly relates the aesthetic experience and the historical interpretation. And he says that the work of the art historian is not to replace the common aesthetic experience, but rather to enrich it. So maybe if I can use your concept that you presented at the end of your talk, the kind of mutual relationship between sociology of art and aesthetics in Panofsky. So
it'd be very interesting to write Panofsky's answer to Passeron as to what exactly his approach to this question. But as I worked on this topic, I said that this sociology of art and history of art are at the crossroad of the reflection on aesthetics and the reflection on epistemology in a very interesting and challenging way for Passeron, where I stress this two kind of opposites way of saying Panofsky is a great historian, and also we should be cautious when we read it. So I find it interesting, and I will read Panofsky in this perspective. But also, I stress the example of Panofsky because it's not a caricatural one. Most people agree that he does something important and relevant, and that's why it's important to discuss the good authors in order to. It's too easy to criticize bad texts.
And I think it's really interesting to see that the French reception of Panofsky came from the sociologists and not the art historians. So you see in the history of the disciplines, you see that in the 60s, art history was really, in France, was really conservative. And so we needed the sociologists to dig Panofsky and so on.
Yeah, Bourdieu played a major role by translating him and publishing him also in the Acte pour la recherche en sciences sociales. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? If not, oh yeah, please.
So thank you very much for your presentation. I'm not a specialist in Passeron, but I learned a lot, and I think your comparison between epistemology of science and sociology of sciences on the one side, and aesthetics and sociology of art on the other side is very convincing. Above all, I think that you focused on the core, on the common core, when underlying that both, let's say, in Bachelard and in Bourdieu, there is a strong refusal of any a priori condition for the institution of epistemology on the one side and of aesthetics on the other side. However, I was wondering to what extent Passeron did make use, if any, of Bourdieu's conception of habitus, because from a certain point of view, the concept of habitus in Bourdieu still does play the role of a, let's say, a pseudo a priori or an empirical a priori.
Thanks a lot. So first, as to aesthetics, that I compared to epistemology, I wanted to stress that this aesthetics is not synonymous as a history of art, as a social science, or Kunstgeschichte, which you mentioned earlier, in the sense that it would not be mainly a question of knowledge, but of artistic taste and evaluation, the question of taste as distinguished by Kant, you mentioned earlier, from the notion of knowledge, and saying that these aesthetics would assume that they are aesthetic norms and would try to make them explicit. So that's why I think it's interesting to think that there may be aesthetics norms which are not maybe only social norm of distinction, and to study that in that direction. As to the notion of habitus, Pasron doesn't use it. It would be a sign of Bourdieusian difference, which he couldn't admit. However, it's quite close from it, saying that you have spontaneous way of acting and judging that are shaped by your education. And that is within a society in which this spontaneous way of judging are differentiated and distinguished from one another. So he could have used a similar notion. And is it an a priori? Yes. For Passeron, as much as Bourdieu, the scientist is a social actor who starts working with preconceptions. He has his own tastes. He, with his sociological trajectory, will most likely disregard popular culture without being aware of it. And so there is this notion in Passeron's work of the Weberian Wertfreiheit, the idea of getting rid of your own preconception as Passeron understands it, in order to make social sciences which are not only about the people writing, but also say something of the external world. So he's quite reflecting on that, how my own socialization carries with me preconception of my object of investigation, and what should I do about it as a scientist is a very important question to him.
Awesome, thank you very much. I think we should first of all thank Lucie again for the talk. Thank you very much. And thank you all for participating in the morning session. Now we take a 2-hour break. We meet again at 2 p.m. And
don't forget to grab your lunchbox if you want something.
Yes, lunch boxes are available just outside the room. So don't forget to get yours. And see you later.
Our last session of this very nice workshop. So for this last session, our first talk is from Matteo Vagelli, one of our great organizers. Matteo Vagelli is a postdoc fellow with Marie Stodowska-Curie post grant at Ca' Foscari, the University of Venezia, and at Harvard University too. In this context, he aims to provide a comprehensive theoretical and historical discussion of the concept of style, in order to understand better the epistemological implications of this notion for current debates about scientific pluralisms. And maybe that's linked because his title for today is Varieties of Pluralisms, Granger's, Feyerabend's, and Hacking Theories of Scientific Styles Compared. Please.
Thank you very much, Caroline, and thank you for being here. Can you hear me all right? Should I speak up? Speak down? Okay. This is gonna be rough. I was reminded that it is a bit reckless to plan to deliver a talk in a conference that you co-organize. I even changed the title without letting the organizers know, but no big deal. It's now called Style Matters, Theories of Scientific Styles Across the Art-Science Divide. So I will try to say a bit less about pluralism and a bit more about style in between arts and sciences. And of course, I was way too optimistic in what I wanted to put on the plate. I had way too many things. So what I'm going to try to do is to start by linking together the notion of scientific styles and what is called the pluralist turn in history and philosophy of science. And then I will discuss at least two of these examples of theories of scientific styles, at leist Feyerabend's theory and Hacking's theory. I'm afraid I won't get to Davidson's very interesting theory and Granger's theory, much as I regret. Okay, so the pluralist turn in philosophy of science of the second half of the 20th century emphasizes the disunity of the sciences in terms both of methods and results. This turn developed as a response to the philosophical program for the unification of science, which was at the root of the Vienna Circle project and more generally of logical empiricism. This unifying drift underpinned a resolutely monist approach that identified science with a single language, a physicalist language populated by spatio-temporal entities and only one true scientific method. As a response to this approach, disunity movements started to acquire visibility beginning in the 1970s. These critics emphasized the cultural and social aspects underpinning the sciences and the importance of the history of science for the construction of a more elaborate and less abstract image of scientific practice. The last decades of the 20th century also saw a significant shift in the meaning of unity, which went from referring to a privileging of internationalism over particularism and racism, also to implying homogenization, hierarchy, and domination. The concepts of disunity and plurality have correspondingly come to signify cultural autonomy and progressive politics, as it is shown in this passage by the introduction that Peter wrote to this book on the disunity of science. Nowadays, it seems to me that values at play are shifting again. Enthusiasm for pluralism seems to be waning, at least in some contexts, for instance, in the face of the rise of anti-scientific beliefs and behaviors, as in the case of climate change deniers, for example, or radical anti-vaccination movements. So pluralism is not it's a more controversial category to be used and not a passepartout. And one of what I wanted to add to this panorama is that one of the pluralisms that proliferated in Anglophone philosophy of science during the second half of the 20th century involved conceiving of the history of science as a history of scientific styles. A growing number of historians and philosophers of science, but also linguists and physicists, I put them only some of them, of course, I'm forgetting some, but you have linguists, you have physicists, and the rest of the group there is represented by historians and philosophers of science who, around the same span of years, had this idea of referring to the notion of style as a more flexible notion than method in conceiving of the historicity and plurality of the ways of thinking, discovering, and experimenting that constitute the sciences. I think there is a story to be told about the concept of style and it's linked to both knowledge in general and more particularly to scientific knowledge. And this is part of what I'm trying to do with my current project. People in HPS largely understood this group is usually, neglectful of previous usages of the notion of style in connection to the sciences. This is a former group of people, also almost randomly chosen in the sense that I didn't make any attempt at being exhaustive, but this is another period in which the notion of style was connected to the sciences and scientific knowledge. It was Germanophone, milieu, with people really making this connection between style and scientific knowledge. But let's go back to the contemporary phase. I listed there some of the reasons for the for the interest in style for HPS. So for one, method is singular, method is one, while styles come with the idea of a plurality, so to speak. So by style, one is already referring to a plurality of points of access to a reality which is itself dappled, as Nancy Cartwright would say. Then styles are also historical, second point. They are contextual, they are geographically characterized, they are even national. And I here refer to, for example, a special issue of Science in Context, edited by Lauren Daston and Michael Otte in 1991 about national styles in science. So all features that method as a notion does not seem to have, at least not to the same extent. Then method is also usually conceived as a way to access reality, almost as a neutral access to reality. Whereas with the idea of style, I think it comes also the idea of production, of a shaping, maybe of a construction of the object of knowledge itself. So not just a reflection or a transparent access to the object of knowledge, but also a sort of more constructive relation to the object of knowledge. And then, as a fourth point, style is capable of more than method, is of capturing finer aspects of scientific practices and theories, for instance, by highlighting aesthetic criteria in theory choice. And I think we saw this in Francesco Napo's presentation yesterday, for example, in the case of Maxwell and Maxwell's equations. But what I want to insist today is that more generally, a discussion of the idea of scientific styles invite a reconsideration of the divide between science and art. The term scientific styles is in itself surprising. In it, the juxtaposition of the term style and science give the impression of an oxymoron, for it brings science close to art and literature. Contrary to stylistic disciplines, science is supposed to be the most rigorous of human activities. It is no question in science, no question of form and quality can be relevant, only those of content and true content. Science is deemed to be objective, it aims for the truth, and it is progressive, whereas the arts are subjective, truth is not their central value, and it is hard to describe them as progressive. This as a pre-reflexive understanding of the two domain, of course. In an incredibly rich and compelling essay titled "Style as Inclusion and Style as Exclusion," Historian Carlo Ginzburg analyzes the political implications of style, which, as he writes, has often been used as a cutting device, as a weapon, and as a self-defining category. It has also played an important and insufficiently recognized role in the acceptance of cultural diversity, as well as in establishing cultural hegemonies, end of quote. So this essay by Carlo Ginzburg really highlights both sides of the notion of style, like style as inclusion and as exclusion, accepting cultural diversity, but also establishing cultural hegemonies. What are emphasized are the potential, but also the risks implied by the notion of style. That of, I would say, a limitless relativism, which turns pluralism and inclusion into the opposite values of exclusion and intolerance. And Ginzburg's example, Ginzburg essay is a large reconstruction of the history of the notion of style from the early modern period, and especially through the visual arts. But it is interesting because it gets to the 20th century and to philosophy of science. And his example of the risks implied by style is Paul Feyerabend. Here is Paul Feyerabend showing his lack of method in washing dishes. Feyerabend is an interesting case because Feyerabend advanced the view that science is a phenomenon which, despite the fact that it has for a long time tyrannically, so to speak, dominated the other human activities, at least in Western cultures, it is nevertheless doomed to lose its position of privilege. In an overt polemic against critical rationalists like Lakatos or Loden, who claim to be able to assess the rationality of theory change, Feyerabend maintains that there is no difference between the way scientific theories follow one another and the way artistic styles do so. And he does so in several occasions, but especially in a book comprising a collection of essays called Wissenschaft als Kunst, published in 1984, where, following art historian Alois Riegel, Feyerabend argues that arts have developed a variety of stylistic forms with the same degree of justification, and this is also appropriate for science. Science, too, has developed an array of styles of verification included, and the evolution from one style to another is therefore completely analogous, so to speak, to the evolution from classic antiquity to Gothic style. I read a slightly different translation from the one that you have there, because I could only consult the Italian translation of the German original. I don't think an English translation exists. So these are my two attempts at translating the passage by Feyerabend. So drawing directly on Riegel, Feyerabend characterizes his anti-positivist views on history of science as a history of style periods, according to what he defines as, second quote, a conception of art according to which in art there is no progress nor decadence, but only different styles. Every style is perfect in itself and obeys to its own laws. Art is here assimilated to the production of styles, and history of art consists in a succession of different styles, end of quote. A little bit later in the same essay, Feyerabend draws again directly on Riegel's notion of Kunstwollen, which was beautifully explained this morning by Maria Teresa, so I won't go into any detail, but I think it can be translated as desire for art or will to art, meaning this idea of self-enclosed artistic units and periods and characterized by internal rules. And it is possible to see how the idea of different styles of different epochs as the expression of different artistic wills or compulsions or desires fares well with Feyerabend's relativism and his views about incommensurability, which is the idea Feyerabend is well known for in philosophy of science. as the doctrine of the untranslatability, incommunicability of different languages and of the incompatibility of different scientific theories. With the notion of style, Feyerabend is not simply pointing out that style shifts bring about methodological shifts. His position is more radical, since he further argues that, last quote, we have to do not only with different forms of art, or in the analogy that he is building in these pages, different forms of science, right? But also to different forms of thought, of truth, of rationality, and also to different forms of reality. End of quote. So forms of thinking, of rationality and reality are as relative as forms of art. As argued by Ginsburg, this relativistic position allows one, I quote, allows one to dispense with referentiality, truth, reality, putting them, so to speak, in quotation marks. Ginsburg, in his essay, further links these features of self-enclosure and incommunicability to exclusion, so to the exclusive function of style, so to an intolerant, discriminatory and even imperialistic mentality, which he also see as being shared by the Nazi regime, for example, and he's quite explicit about this. He draws on some controversial passages of Feyerabend's autobiography, referring to lectures given by Feyerabend in 1944, towards the end of World War II, when Feyerabend was in the army, and Ginsburg draws on these lectures to explain Feyerabend's idea of incommensurability as the unwillingness to establish a dialogue with different words, as for example the Germans and the Jews. And this is something Feyerabend talks about in the diary, how cultures and some specific cultures remain separate and cannot communicate one to the other. And he tries to appeal to Riegel again back then to explain this idea. And of course, Ginsburg goes on describing the racist and nationalist meanings and implication that, as we all know, the notion of style acquired during the first decades of the 20th century in the German-speaking world. But I won't go into that. What I would like to do in the reminder is to take a look at another theory of scientific styles, and to contrast Feyerabend's theory with Ian Hacking's notion of styles of scientific reasoning. Contrary to Feyerabend's relativism, Hacking's styles project attempted at elaborating a notion of styles, scientific styles, aimed at accounting for the historical, situated nature of scientific knowledge and practice, as well as their objective and progressive features. In this respect, Hacking sees his style project as a continuation of Kant's project of explaining how objectivity is possible. These last words are Hacking's himself. From the historian of science, Alistair Crombie, Hacking extracts a list of 6 styles of reasoning characterizing Western science, going from mathematical postulation, experimental exploration and measurement, hypothetical modeling, taxonomical and statistical reasoning, and historical genetical explanation. In several recurring accounts of styles of scientific reasoning, Hacking mobilizes Crombie's list of styles as a template for developing the theoretical implications and extending the historical applications of the notion of style. So, interestingly, Hacking rejects the derivation of the concept of style from the arts and aims to redefine the concept on entirely new basis. Among Hacking's reasons of dissatisfaction with artistic styles is the fact that the concept, he thinks, has not received a unique definition in the arts or in literature or art criticism, leaving doors open to all sorts of misusages. Among these, the most repelling are certainly those linked to the nationalistic and racist drift or meanings, also referred to by Ginsburg in his essay, and I'm pretty sure that Hacking must have read that essay. But if we take a closer look at Hacking's theory of styles, we find perhaps a deeper reason of dissatisfaction. One of the criteria Hacking postulates for identifying styles is the class of novelties, as he calls them, that a style brings into being, such as I listed them there, objects. So epistemic objects, objects of knowledge, new types of evidence, new types of sentences, new kinds of laws or modalities, and new possibilities. And in brackets, I put examples that can be drawn from one of the styles of reasoning that he dedicated most of his efforts, which is the statistical style of reasoning. So this is one of the criteria for identifying a style of reasoning. We can talk about there being a style of reasoning in history of science if we can point to at least this list of novelties. And then there is another criterion which is represented by what he calls self-stabilizing techniques. And what are these? It is difficult to say. But they are mechanisms through which a style ensure its survival, so to speak. And for example, statistics can be used to validate statistics, so in a self-authenticating manner, or laboratory science can produce phenomena about which then argue on the theoretical level. So these are all self-authenticating mechanisms which ensure the survival of a style of reasoning. And why I say that? Because it is on this point, on this precise defining trait of styles that in passing, Hacking builds a comparison with one of the rare comparison with the arts. Hacking writes, "We should not envisage first a style and then the novelties. That is one of the many merits of the word style. We did not first have Fauvism and then Matisse and Derain painting Fauve pictures in 1905. The style comes into being with the instances, although, as the example of the Fauve makes plain, the recognition of something as new, even the naming of it, may solidify the style after it has begun." So first part of the sentence of the quotation, so far so good. He points to point of contact between the arts and the sciences. In both cases, style conveys the idea that novelties, new objects, could be new subjects for painting, new pictorial objects, as new epistemic objects for science, come about through the way in which we reason about them or we use them without one or the other coming before the other or preceding the other. So reasoning and the objects of reasoning come about at the same time through the same process. But then he continues in the later part and he says, what the word style does not make plain is why Fauvism fades almost as soon as named, while a few styles of reasoning become autonomous of their origins and their originators. That is a pressing philosophical issue in the study of styles of reasoning. End of quote. So why did Fauvism fade as soon as named? Why do some parts of science accumulate and grow, whereas arts do not? What Hacking wants from his styles of scientific reasoning is ultimately the explanation of a kind of endurance, of a kind of stability that science has, and according to him, arts do not seem to have. Hacking's self-stabilizing techniques are aimed at distinguishing stable and accumulating scientific styles from non-scientific, for example, artistic, literary, but also religious or philosophical styles of thinking. And thus, hacking gives the same account of both declining and supervened styles and of non-scientific ones. They never possessed sufficient stabilizing techniques granting them survival. The only selection criterion to both govern and explain the existence and the survival of styles of reasoning is the effectiveness of these techniques, also within scientific styles themselves. If, and this is one of the examples that Hacking draws from Foucault, if Paracelsus, hermetic medicine from the Renaissance did not survive, it is not because it lacked rationality or rational norms of structuration. On the contrary, it had these rules and these norms, but they did not engender, they did not produce sufficient stabilization effects. Hacking's reliance on self-stabilizing techniques is therefore supposed to support a certain specificity of scientific concepts over artistic ones. However, and this is perhaps the last point I'm going to make in order to leave time for questions and comments, possibly. However, Hacking thinks that styles of reasoning, this is something that I think is interesting about his theory, can be learned and translated. So styles are commensurable. He definitely doesn't want to go into not only he does not buy or at least agree with the parallelism between, or at least fully agree with the parallelism between science and art through style, but he also doesn't want to go into the theory of incommensurability that we sketched before with respect to Feyerabend. In Hacking, styles are not incommensurable. Sorry, this is a pretty longish quotation, where Hacking writes, "I do admit that there is a real phenomenon of disparate ways of thinking. Some styles of reasoning have been so firmly displaced that we cannot even recognize their objects. The Renaissance medical, alchemical, and astrological doctrines of resemblance and similitude are well nigh incomprehensible. Yet," and he is referring to Paracelsus again, "yet that stuff may not be best described as incommensurable with our modern chemistry, medicine, and astronomy. It is not that the propositions match ill with our modern sciences, so much as that the way propositions are proposed and defended is entirely alien to us. You can perfectly learn Hermetic lore, and when you do so, you end up talking the language of Paracelsus, possibly in translation. What you learn is not systems of translation, but chains of reasoning, which would have little sense if one were not recreating the thought of one of those magi. What we have to learn is not what they took for true, so people developing or practicing Paracelsian medicine, for example, but what they took for true or false. For example, that Mercury salve might be good for syphilis because Mercury is signed by the planet of Mercury, which signs the marketplace where syphilis is contracted. So you have to get your head around and learn the whole system of resemblances that Foucault beautifully reconstructs in The Order of Things. And I wanted to conclude by pointing out a parallelism, because I think that what Hacking means and what Hacking tries to achieve with his theory of styles, despite rejecting and in my opinion, not on good grounds, the parallelism with the arts, is something close to what also Ginsburg mean by the inclusive function of style. Ginsburg concludes his essay by saying that the Latin word interpretatio means translation. The interpreter, who compares different styles of thought in order to stress their intrinsic diversity, performs a sort of translation, a word that comes easily in this context insofar as styles, having been originally related to writing, have been often compared to languages in order to stress their intrinsic diversity. But translation is also the most powerful argument against relativism. Each language is different and, to a certain extent, incommensurable word. Is a different and incommensurable word, but translations work, and he emphasizes the word. Our ability to understand different styles may throw some light on our ability to understand other languages and other styles of thought, and the other way around. And as I already mentioned, Ginsburg sees this task as an ethical one, capable of reassuring the inclusive function of style against its use as a means of exclusion, as under the Nazis' rhetoric. Then I stop here. I had other parts about how Arnold Davidson, borrowing the notion of styles of reasoning from hacking, in fact, build a whole transposition and articulation between arts and epistemology. So he, by drawing on Heinrich Wölfling, among others, and also Gilles Gaston Granger, which is key part of my ongoing project, because in the outline I sketched at the beginning of a later phase, Anglophone phase of interest for scientific styles in HPS, and an earlier one in the German world. There seemed to be no connection, but there is a sort of missing piece, which is the much neglected and very rich Essai d'une philosophie du style by Gilles Gaston Granger, published in 1968. And Granger is someone who really wants styles in science to be objective, progressive, and he builds these features out of a full-fledged comparison between science and the arts. So those were further case studies that I would have brought to your attention if I only could speak for 3 hours. I already thank you for your attention and for having taken too much time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matteo. You are perfectly in the 30-minute slot, so we have plenty of time for questions. If anyone has, please.
Thanks so much for this terrific talk, Matteo. I really find putting these things together in the way you have to be very helpful in grasping this line of thought. You know, I think it's interesting that hacking, says it has nothing to do with the history of art, and then invokes the history of art to invoke what a style is. In a way, there's two. I mean, one of the artifacts of this all is, a third term here is Foucault, and especially in the circle of ideas around Davidson, Foucault, hacking, Crombie. And one of the difficulties is that hacking tends to push away any antecedent thought, that I have nothing to do, he says, with Feyerabend, I have nothing to do with Kuhn, I have nothing to do with Davidson, I have nothing to do, the only person that Foucault, doesn't emerge here. Whereas Davidson in some ways has the opposite way of proceeding, and he says, I'm just telling you what Foucault said, but actually Davidson is is to me a kind of crucial transformative figure in moving Foucauldian thought into a language that can be used by the Anglo-American tradition. For instance, Foucault never spoke in terms of propositions in the analytic Anglo-American philosophical tradition, the interest in propositions as such. I mean, Foucault has the idea of statements, of énoncé, but he doesn't use the idea of a kind of proposition as such. Whereas Davidson takes this idea in Foucault of positivity, and creates a way of understanding that then shows up in hacking as candidacy for truth or falsity. That's what that remark is where Hacking says
true or false,
this
yeah.
is true or false. He doesn't mean it's either true or false. Those hyphens, as you suggested in the way you read it, means a candidate for truth or falsity. So for Hacking, two different styles exist when they don't have this, they don't raise the same propositions to be that kind of, to be the same cluster of candidates for truth or falsity. And so I think Davidson's really a key figure there for this reason. And in general, he tends to self-efface in representing himself as expositional, and whereas Hacking not so much. So that's one thing, and I remember during these discussions that seemed very clear. The other is, when Hacking, for instance, gives a list of the 4 different categories of novelty, of laws of the objects and how they exist, and how we get to know them. He adds this other one that's something like categories of confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
But the 3 first categories are straight out of Kuhn, a paradigm and Feierabend. They define a paradigm as that which specifies the objects, how we get to know them, and what the laws are. And they're done by exemplification, not by specification or definition. So I'm just suggesting that there's a wider than sometimes acknowledged interconnection between the Kuhn-Feierabend notion of paradigm, especially in the early formulation by Kuhn of what that was, before he gets to the micro revolutions and micro paradigms and stuff. But in the early days, Feierabend and Kuhn were talking all the time, and this was crucial. And then the connection of Davidson as a mediative figure between Foucault and a lot of Anglo-American philosophy, but Hacking's formulation in particular. And then finally, this idea that I think the history of art is really central to these ideas. As you, I think, speak about that.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to work in that direction, so bringing art history back into the picture, in the sense that, of course, it was already done. First of all, by Arnold, of course. So I'm trying to follow that lead, and it is true that Hacking tends to reject antecedent and predecessors, or where he gets some of his idea from. I don't think it is a matter of intellectual honesty or something like that, but it is probably is a way of thinking, or a way of using sources for thinking. I think, I'm pretty sure I must have read somewhere that he thinks the same, that Foucault does the same with his sources. Like Foucault never fully quotes them, and so. And then Foucault throws out the label, and then suddenly abandons it. And this is what also Hacking does with all the labels, like historical ontology, historical meta-epistemology that he developed and throughout the years. Concerning the 2 other points, you gave me so many things to think about. Thank you very much. But I try to link the 2 further points through the notion of positivity. I think it is very crucial, both in Arnold and of course, again, in Arnold is much more spelled out what positivity means. And Hacking does it so, and in a couple of occasions, he even acknowledged that positivity comes through Foucault. He acknowledges that, but he doesn't really articulate that thought. He refers to Michael Dammett's notion of bivalence, for example, or Moritz Schlick. So he tries to articulate, but not the Foucauldian heritage of the idea of proposition being within the true, as Foucault would say, dans le vrai, or either being true or false, or as Hacking would say, being up for grabs as true or false. And in fact, I do agree with the list of novelties introduced by Stein not being very original. That's why, on the one hand, Hacking felt the need of introducing a second criterion which is the self-stabilizing techniques, which in turn are not very clear in themselves, so they don't really solve the problem. Of understanding what a style is, they make it bigger. But the problem with the list and the items on the list, I think that the most not original, but interesting concept to unpack further is the introduction of new propositions that are either true or false. So positivity, not so much new laws or new objects, which was a very widespread idea since Kuhn's notion of paradigm. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matteo. It was a wonderful talk. And I think you choose a great topic to work on. I would have many questions, but I limit myself to one and a small comment. I was wondering, Feyerabend refers to Riegel and to this generation of art historian, but as you know, many Jewish German art historians migrated to the US and developed new methodologies, like founding their already other schools and mixing together this paradigm to found what Panofsky called iconology, which is a translation of Warburg's. I was wondering if he was also considering this other generation of art historian for developing his ideas. And the small comments has nothing to do with this. And I was thinking about hacking. I mean, as you showed, he didn't use art history as a source for the concept of style, but you quoted Paracelsus, and I had to think about here, for instance, the example of the plant Euphrasia, which he looked and traced and sketches as a plant with a small eye, that reflected that Euphrasia has to do to how do you kill the eyes. And so in this sense, there is a kind of visual source. Yeah, this comes to my mind.
Yeah,
only
thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, as a philosopher of science, what Hacking is trying to argue, but it's not even a very controversial claim anymore, but that, of course, Paracelsian medical theory or theory of resemblance should not be rejected as, you know, anti-scientific or unscientific or irrational, but the job of a philosopher and historian of science is that to dig out or the rationality behind it. So to learn the rational language or the rational style of thinking, and definitely, I mean, as in the example of the plants and the example of mercury to cure or heal syphilis, this was a whole very complex system of thought behind Paracelsian medicine that, of course, historians of science know all about. And unfortunately, I mean, quick answer to the Feyerabend question. To my knowledge, I don't think he follows up I mean, later art historians. He specifically focuses and picks Alois Riegel, and because he thinks that it is really appropriate for what he tries to say with scientific theories being self-enclosed unit that you cannot really compare and assess progress among.
Yeah, since it was about the translation, I had to reflect on translation of the art methodologies in a new country, from German to the United States. So this came to my mind.
Sure, but thank you very much.
We're running out of time, so we have to stop here. Just for you to know, we online, Caroline Jones had a question, so maybe just as a matter of for thought. She said that, can you think out loud about the role of history in these accounts? Can there be any discussion of style without an intuition of change over time? And also, by the way, no one working on modernisms would see artistic styles as not progressive, just for you to know.
Sure. Yeah. No, okay.
Thank you very much, Matteo.
Thank you also for this last question. Thank you all.
Well, our next speaker is Daniel Rodriguez Navas, and he's online. Hi, Daniel, do you hear us well? Okay, we don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you very much.
Great.
Well, just as a quick introduction, you're an assistant professor in the philosophy department at the New York School of Social Research, and your work focuses on Foucault's views about ethics and normativity. And today, your talk is about art and science, method and style, the function of the style, the concept of style in French historical epistemology. Your screen is shared, and thank you very much for this talk.
You just a second. I'm having some,
of course,
minor technical difficulties. There we go. Okay, great. So yes, we'll be talking about art and science, method and style. Let me begin by saying that I am, in a sense, out of my depth. My interest in historical epistemology is kind of tangential, even though it is strong. It comes partly from my work on Foucault. Like, I'm a part of what I am is a Foucault scholar, and in working on Foucault, I have developed a strong interest in the philosophy of history. I find Foucault's conception of history particularly interesting for thinking about, historical change, but I don't think that Foucault is particularly good at describing it. And I think in the French historical epistemological tradition, there's people and resources there to understand it better. And another part of my interest in historical epistemology, in particular the French side, has to do with the fact that I'm really interested in theories of normativity. That's kind of a very broad interest, but I find the work of historical epistemologists, in particular that of Canguilhem, particularly illuminating when thinking about normativity. But I don't really consider myself an expert in historical epistemology. So what I'm going to present to you is quite tentative, but I hope to get good clues. And let me then begin by mentioning a challenge that, in a certain sense, sorry, my screen, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties still because my screen is partially blocked. So I'm gonna have to interrupt myself for a moment. I cannot see my, okay, that's better. Can you see the slide in full?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, sorry, I still, how do I, okay, no. Sorry about this, just a second. Okay, I think I may have to come back to this, but let me just begin. Okay, so Matteo, in diagnosing a problematic trend in uses of the phrase historical epistemology, writes in his dissertation that he's currently turning into a book. It's entitled An Archaeological Study of Historical Epistemology. So he writes, when contemporary authors do not take the concept of historical epistemology for granted, they try to connect it to a certain tradition or French school in epistemology, which is supposed to provide the kind of historicizing that they aim at reproducing their analysis. But what epistemology and what kind of historiography are they affiliating themselves with? The lack of a critical reflection on these 2 points gives rise to the doubt that historical epistemology may be nothing but an ideal projection, the result of the attempt at retrospectively founding a sort of mythology by idealizing the French roots of the philosophy of science, and in this sense, the continuity of the project of Bachelard, Canguilhem, and Foucault, giving birth to a sort of epistemological holy family within the aforementioned French school. So what Matteo is doing here is not really suggesting that it's pointless to talk, of course, it's not suggesting that it's pointless to talk about historical epistemology or that there's no such thing as a French school. He's just pointing out that sometimes there's references made to the French school without actually trying to specify what the French school consists in. It's just an ostensive definition by mentioning the list of names without, once again, saying what exactly is distinctive of the French school. So part of what I propose today is to have a kind of to make a claim to have some critical reflections on the distinctiveness of the French school of historical epistemology, and through a discussion of the role of style within historical epistemology. And I'll say a little bit more about the kind of question in a moment. So originally my plan was to talk about 2 different questions and to address the questions. The first one was about the concept of style and method. And one version, the simplest version of the question was, why is the concept of style useful within French historical epistemology approaches to scientific thought? The second question was, does my answer to the first question provide any conceptual resources for thinking about the relationship between artistic and scientific practices? That's too ambitious for the time that I have, so I'm going to focus on the first question, and I'll come back to the second one at the very end, but I'll just say some kind of very tentative, I just make some very tentative claims in that regard. And now, so the first question, the way that I just formulated is, why is the concept of style useful within French historical epistemology? And the version of the question that I want to address is a little bit different. It's a small variant where concepts like the concept of style useful, perhaps even indispensable for French historical epistemology. By concepts like concept of style, part of what I have in mind, and I'm aware that this is controversial, this is part of what I will argue later on. Concepts like the concept of style, I mean the Bachelard's concept of an epistemological obstacle, Foucault's concept of an episteme, and even, and this is the most controversial one, Hacking's notion of a style of scientific reasoning. Part of the reason that this is controversial is that when Hacking introduces the concept of styles of scientific reasoning, he explicitly refers to Crombie rather than to the kind of French epistemological tradition as the source of this idea that he has of talking about styles of scientific reasoning. But I think I can make a case that there's a strong connection between these concepts, and you can trace back the role that they play to in fact the history of French historical epistemology. So that's part of what I will be doing. Okay, and now, sorry, I have to interrupt myself again because my screen is doing strange things. Pardon me, I'm just gonna have to. Okay. This should take care of it. Okay, good. So let me step back. Okay. So once again, the question, why are concepts like the concept of style useful, perhaps even indispensable for French historical epistemology? So the sketch of my answer is, and this is in very kind of simplistic terms, a little bit crude, French historical epistemology introduces a distinct type of historical explanation into the history of science. The realization that there's a need for this type of explanation and the distinctiveness of this type of explanation are both rooted in an insight that we may initially crudely formulate as follows. Method plus mediocrity, scientific mediocrity, plus genius, scientific genius, do not suffice, do not jointly provide sufficient conceptual resources to explain everything in the history of science. So the thought is there's something beyond these kind of scanned resources that we need to account for certain patterns in the history of science. And the kind of historical explanation introduced by Bachelard and then picked up by successors in this French epistemological, historical epistemology school is meant to address this kind of explanatory gap. There's a need to account for those aspects of scientific practice that cannot be explained in terms of method plus mediocrity plus genius. I'll explain what this means in a moment. And this is precisely what concepts like the concept of scientific style do. So since I'm talking about the distinctiveness of the kind of explanation that is introduced by the French historical epistemologists, let's begin by what's the kind of standard approaches, the standard types of explanations in the history of science. This is a passage from Canguilhem in Études d'histoire de philosophie des sciences. So he writes, externalism is a way of writing the history of the sciences by presenting a certain number of events, which one continues to call scientific more by virtue of tradition than of critical analysis, as conditional upon economic and social interests, practical and technical demands, religious or political ideologies. It is in some a weakened or rather an impoverished Marxism that finds its place in rich societies. There's a lot there, I'll simplify in a moment. Internalism, by contrast, is the alternative form of historical explanation, consists in thinking that there isn't a history of the sciences if one does not place oneself within scientific work itself in order to analyze the procedures whereby it seeks to satisfy the specific norms that make it possible to define it as a science rather than as a technique or ideology. Within this perspective, the historian of the sciences must adopt a theoretical attitude towards what is preserved as theoretical fact, and consequently must employ hypotheses and paradigms in the same way that the scientists themselves. So those are the two kind of standard forms of historical explanation. Since I'm using the concept of method and I'm going to be discussing the concept of method, what's one way to think about what I mean by method? It's in this quote on the right-hand side. It's extracted from there. You can think of it as a specific, explicitly articulated norms that make it possible to define scientific work as science rather than as technique or ideology. But the kind of the core of this definition of method is an explicitly articulated set of norms that regulate scientific activity and scientific practice. So summing up these kind of two standard forms of historical explanation, externalist histories are histories of deviations from scientific method motivated by interest and forces external to the aims of science. They often offer histories of failures of scientific rationality, not always, but often, and they often take the form of ideological critique. Internalist histories, by contrast, are historical chronologies of successful applications of scientific method and other methodological innovations introduced by scientists of genius. They're histories of triumphs of scientific rationality. They are chronologies, they take the form of chronologies of linear progress. But if you pay attention to the slide, what you see in the blue boxes is ways of characterizing these externalist and internalist histories by reference to the concept of method. So what then is the distinctiveness of the French historical epistemological approach? It's the history and philosophy of science. Here's Canguilhem again in his tribute to Bachelard in 1963. He writes, the 1927 thesis by Bachelard, Essai sur la connaissance approchée, illustrates a conception of the history of the sciences in its relation to a philosophy of the sciences, which was still missing the concept of epistemological obstacle. The concept of the invention of which Gaston Bachelard revealed himself to be, in the history of the sciences, an innovator of genius. Undoubtedly, Bachelard expresses dissent concerning a certain way of writing the history of the sciences from the perspective of progressive complication, in ignorance of the tenacity of the errors which have for a long time obscured a given problem. The root of these errors, the reason for this tenacity, is not yet indicated in the 1927 thesis, even if it is perhaps already suspected. But from the first chapter of the formation of the scientific mind, 1947, 20 years later, we learn that this root must be sought within knowledge itself, and not outside of it. What the intellect must surmount is an obstacle from within the intellect itself. And the emphasis here is that the source of these errors, the root of these errors, must be sought within knowledge itself and not outside of it. Here's the relevant, some of the relevant passages from Bachelard's, the formation of the scientific mind, La formation de l'esprit scientifique. When one seeks the psychological conditions of the progress of science, one soon arrives at the conviction that it's in terms of obstacles that the problem of scientific knowledge must be articulated. And let me pause for a second. Note, I'll come back to this later, but note that what Bachelard describes as his goal, at least in this book, is to seek the psychological conditions of the progress of science, the psychological conditions. So he says, one soon arrives at the conviction that it's in terms of obstacles that the problem of scientific knowledge must be articulated. And the issue is not that of considering external obstacles, such as the complexity and fugacity of phenomena, nor to condemn the feebleness of the human senses and the intellect. It's in the very act of knowing, intimately within it, that appear through a functional necessity of sorts, slownesses and troubles. It is there that we will show the causes of stagnation and even of regression. It is there that we will trace the causes of inertia that we will call epistemological obstacles. So once again, what Canguilhem was highlighting, it's in the very act of knowing, it is from within the very activity of knowing that we find these obstacles to knowledge. A few lines later, a few lines down, Bachelard writes, one knows in opposition to prior knowledge by destroying badly produced knowledge, by overcoming that which in the intellect itself is an obstacle to intelligibilization. The translation is my translation. It's a little bit awkward, but it's a way of preserving the kind of resonance between esprit, which is the mod that Bachelard uses, the word that Bachelard uses, and spiritualisation. Okay, so summing up, so far we have the traditional forms of historical explanation that they consist in histories of deviations from scientific method motivated by interests and forces external to the aims of science. And then the internalist histories, there are histories of successful applications of scientific method and of methodological innovations by scientific geniuses. In both cases, externalist and internalist histories, method is the centerpiece, the key concept, the cornerstone of the historical account. Scientific advance is presented as compliance with the available methods, or innovation, a methodological innovation, usually ascribed to somebody's kind of genius. The explanation ends up as this was a particularly kind of, this was a kind of scientific genius, and hence the introduction of this revolutionary method. The method is also the centerpiece on the externalist histories, where error is explained as deviation from the method, and deviation from the method that is attributed to some version or some variant of scientific mediocrity that has to do with being swayed by external forces, being distracted by external forces in one's scientific practice. So internalists and externalists both fail to see, from the perspective of the French historical epistemologies, that the stagnation and even regression of scientific discourse, that's Bachelard's phrase, the stagnation and even regression of scientific discourse in certain periods cannot be explained in externalist terms, but such phenomena must be explained by reference to internal features of scientific thought other than explicitly articulated norms governing scientific thought during those periods. So there you see, that's the novelty. What Bachelard begins to do with this notion of an epistemological obstacle is identify a kind of phenomenon in the history of science that needs to be explained by reference to something that is internal to scientific practice, that is in fact part and parcel and indissociable from scientific practice, but that doesn't actually coincide with the perspective of the scientist or the practicing scientist. There are aspects of the history of scientific thought that can only be explained by reference to essential features of scientific thought, other than the explicit norms that regulate its activity, other than method, than the concept of method. And this is where the concepts like the concept of style play an essential explanatory role in this type of historical explanation. So now let's go back to this weird move that I have introduced, which is to talk about concepts like the concept of style. What I mean by that, and I'll give a little bit more detail in the next slide, is functional equivalent of norms that, so we can think of concept of style like the concept of a set of norms that on the one hand, and they're much like method in the sense that they regulate, they gotta constrain scientific practice. And because they do this, because they regulate scientific practice, their effects are observable in the results of that practice. And insofar as they regulate and constrain and guide scientific practice, they're essential to scientific practice. So far, this is not that different from the concept of method, but the big difference is that they tend not to operate at the conscious, explicit level. So the scientist doesn't have these rules in mind. Although, and this is part of what Vagelli is doing from the very beginning in a work like La Formation de l'Esprit Scientifique, this is also what hacking is trying to do with the concept of styles of scientific reasoning. Part of the interest of the historical epistemology in discussing and kind of commenting and identifying these epistemological obstacles, these styles of scientific reasoning, these norms that regulate scientific practice, albeit somewhat unconsciously, not that explicitly. Their goal in making them visible and identifying them is precisely to give a tool to scientists in their practice. One of their goals is to make people aware of how scientific practice operates, to gain a kind of, let's say, more reflexive control on the scientific practice itself. And that's my way of qualifying or explaining why I say they tend not to operate at the conscious level. It's not they couldn't operate at the conscious level, it's that at least originally in the historical period, that the historian of science that works in line with the French school, originally in that historical period that is your topic, those rules do not constrain scientific practice and do not regulate scientific practice at a conscious, explicit level. So, hold on. Okay, yes. So now let me just, so this was not supposed to be here. Now, in what sense can I say that concepts like the concept of style are functional equivalents of concepts like the concepts of norms and rules that, as I said before, regulate scientific practice, let's abbreviate, but not in an explicit way? The thought is that they're functional equivalents because, and here, the three concepts that I'm using as examples are Foucault's concept of an episteme, Bachelard's concept of an epistemological obstacle, and Hacking's concept of style, styles of scientific reasoning, is that you can see them as kind of functional equivalents, but they belong, you can think of these as different language games, different levels of description, different types of description. In the case of Foucault, he sometimes talks about l'impensé de la pensée, the unthought of thought, the unthought rules of thought, or the kind of more famous phrase, this idea of a historical a priori, kind of ruled, and this is a reference to Kant, of course, it's the rules to govern the operations of the mind, but Foucault historicizes them and say there's at least a cluster of such norms that are historically variable. You have on the concrete, on a kind of more or less abstract epistemology, you think of that as an abstract epistemological description of the kind of rules that regulate norms. There's a different way of approaching more or less the same idea or the same notion. It's by describing the concrete psychological description, the concrete form that such norms take in the psychology of the individual by making reference to psychological tendencies or interests or dispositions, which is a language that Bachelard uses in characterizing his notion of epistemological obstacle. And then lastly, in the notion of styles of scientific reasoning, you can think of those kind of hacking, you can think of those as concrete descriptions in terms of the effects that such norms have in the form that theories end up taking. So that's my way of trying to justify what you see at the bottom of the slide, why I say concepts like the concept of style, in this particular sense, style of functional equivalence, like I just mentioned, are useful, and we're moving more towards the idea that they are indispensable for French historical epistemology, at least insofar as French historical epistemology, in the cases of people like Bachelard and Foucault and Canguilhem, involve this form of historical explanation that tries to explain things that cannot be explained purely by reference to method. Okay. And then let me just, I'm not sure how I am doing on time, but I think I'm fine. So part two, if you recall, the second question was, does my answer to the first question provide any conceptual resources for clarifying the relationship between artistic and scientific practices? My answer to the first question, why is the concept of style useful within French historical epistemological approaches to scientific thought? The answer to that is that it is useful because one of this is by no means an exhaustive account of, what is distinctive or some of the features that like members of the family of French historical epistemology share. But one of the features is this particular form of explanation. And insofar as representatives of the French historical epistemological tradition deploy these kind of historical explanations, they need to rely on a concept like the concept of style. That was the answer to the first question. Then does this answer to the first question provide any conceptual resources for clarifying the relationship between artistic and scientific practices? And I think we all know that art is in some sense a monster concept because of the wide diversity of practices that it encompasses and the wide diversity that those different practices of shapes or forms have taken over the course of history. So it is, at least for me, it's kind of, it's almost hard even to be cautious because it is such a kind of complex topic. And all this to say that this is all very tentative. But one difference that came up in what Matteo said, at least as a kind of like layperson's view of difference between science and art, is that scientific practice is explicitly oriented towards truth, structured by something like the search for truth. And that more or less independently of how articulate, detailed, and lucid the notion of truth in this science is for the scientist, for the practitioner. Artistic practice, of course, sometimes there is, the artists sometimes do think like they're seeking some kind of truth, and historically that's certainly the case. But artistic practice in general, not just by practitioners, but reception, circulation, is not oriented towards and structured by the concern for the truth in the same way, at least insofar as what unifies artistic practice is not the pursuit of truth, but a particular domain of knowledge. Then another difference, that's more kind of a general difference that isn't that directly connected to my answer to the first question. More closely connected to my answer to the first question is style in the sense that it's an issue in French historical epistemology, guides scientific practice more or less unconsciously. There's no equivalent to that. Style, if we go to the bottom of the right-hand side of the slide, style guides artistic practice consciously in a somewhat complex dialectical way that requires playing with traditional stylistic norms in order to develop a distinctive style that is nonetheless recognizably appealing by reference to those traditional norms, norms of kind of artistic production. The point there is that style is always an issue in artistic production, in reception, in critical practices, in ways that style needn't be, and in fact, at least historically, originally, if I'm right, tends not to be the way that French historical epistemologists use it, or their heirs, like Hacking, in spite of what Hacking says of his indebtedness primarily to Crombie. And then another difference between art and sciences would be that there's no equivalent to the concept of method in art, to the concept of method the way that I specified it. There is, of course, the concept of technique, which we can think of as a close cousin, but you may think one of the differences is that method is oriented towards the pursuit of the truth exclusively, the scientific pursuit of the truth. Technique is more generally geared towards, you can think of it as kind of procedures for producing like objects, but the object can be of like, there's no criterion like the criterion of truth for the object that the artist is producing, in the same way that in the case of the scientist, there is a criterion for truthfulness for the type of object, discursive object that the scientist is producing. And with that, I am going to conclude, stop sharing my screen, and let us go to the Q&A. Thank you. I cannot hear.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Everyone applauds. Are there any questions here or online? Yeah. You have the first question in the room.
Thank you very much. I found it very lucid and tremendously helpful. I had one comment and a question. The comment is, I thought it's in the British tradition of STS, there was a general sense that in the early days, certainly, that social science offered a path to understanding science that the scientists themselves didn't have. That is to say that social science formed a understanding basis that was in some ways superior to the understanding that scientists had to the world. There was an attempt to make a science of science, which was not subject to the same rules of relativism that the scientists' claims were thought to hold. And I thought it was interesting that for Canguilhem talking about some of these issues, that he's dismissive of claims of the historians to rely on the notion of genius. And then he says of Bachelard is a genius who transforms our understanding philosophically. So there's in some ways, I think, an interesting disciplinary contestation that's going on here between the French philosophical tradition and the French historical tradition. And it's probably in that mode. I don't know really the target of Canguilhem's wrath. I mean, who specifically were the historians of science who relied on explanations of of genius and mediocrity? But it would be interesting to hear a little bit about that. And well, let me just stop there and just I'd ask you how you think about that.
Great, thank you very much for that. So, two things. And I should have been clear about this, no doubt. So the word mediocrity is a word that I introduce, and that just for heuristic purposes. It's just to signal what Canguilhem does insist upon, which is that this kind of historical approach, what he refers to as the externalist approach, tends to explain facts in the history of science by reference to, let's say, forces that are external to science, and that involves the idea there is a certain kind of like vulnerability of the practitioner to these kind of forces that are external to science. He doesn't use the word mediocrity. The word genius also, he doesn't use it to diagnose the kind of, or to like characterize the internalist explanation, but of course in the quote he does use it to refer to Bachelard's to Bachelard's genius in contributing, in starting a new form of like the history of science. I do think that you are exactly right, that there is I think a kind of, I don't know what to call it, but there's a strong difference, and I think there's a there's a reason why I said when I said that externalist explanations tend to explain errors in the history of science as deviations from method. What I meant to signal by adding the word "they tend to" is that they tend to take the form of ideology critiques, is that Canguilhem does something that is strikingly uncautious for somebody that tends to be as cautious as he is, which is to talk about these externalist explanations, but to be very quick to identify them as ideology, like to Marxist ideological critique, where in fact, as you point out, the sociology of science has an abundance of interesting and insightful claims to make. They're not just diagnosing errors that come from scientists being vulnerable to external forces. They have to do with, say, the role of technological developments, the role of different types of funding and the way they go into research programs that can be extremely productive and have little to do with errors and more with with progress in certain branches. And I don't know exactly why it's not his topic in that particular context, but it is a little bit peculiar that in the passage that I cited, Canguilhem, I think, errs a little bit too quickly on describing what he actually presents as kind of particularly Anglo approach to the history of science, the externalist one. He immediately describes it as he says, a weakened form of Marxism. And then like one final last thing in response to the side of genius, the reason that there's textual sources there to to say these explanations are too quick, and they tend to attribute kind of historical progress to either just compliance with a standard method or to revolutions, methodological revolutions by scientific people of genius. You have the idea, you find the idea, at least in Bachelard, La formation de l'esprit scientifique, the formation of scientific spirit, in the thought that mentioning genius is not enough to explain a methodological innovation, basically. And this actually falls into one of the errors that he describes as one of the epistemological obstacles, which is I forget the phrase that he uses to describe it, but it has to do with certain kind of uses of words as if they were explanatory, when in fact they are not actually doing any explanatory work. You invoke the word of genius to explain historical change, and part of what you're doing is just introduce something that has the form of an explanation, but doesn't get you any kind of understanding of the process, of these conditions of possibility of how it happens. And part of what Bachelard is trying to do is precisely getting us to see that perhaps we can still describe these people as persons of genius, but what really matters is to understanding what their genius consisted in. And what their genius consists in is precisely in overcoming these kind of hurdles that scientists are bound to have, given that they're practicing science, and scientific thought requires, one of the things that he says is this kind of conservatism, this kind of holding on to your theory, this relying on kind of generalizations, not questioning everything that you have established all at once, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I took license to introduce this notion of genius. But I don't think they have, it's not that people like Bachelard or Canguilhem think you should never invoke it. I think the thought is, if you invoke it, you better add an account of what exactly the genius consisted in. Don't just kind of present it as here's a rabbit out of a hat and they perform this magic trick just because they have this powerful intellect. So that was a bit long, but
we will take the question online. You may have it in the chat from Caroline Jones.
I do.
So I read it out loud. I really enjoyed this talk. I wonder if the absence of discussion of medium is a good demarcation criterion between style and the two domains.
Medium. I wonder the same. I don't see immediately why it would be a good way of demarcating between the two. I mean, I have two thoughts, two reasons that make me think, but this is of course like all very tentative, off the top of my head. One is, of course, when we think of medium in art, we immediately like have, even images of what we're talking about, there's a painting and there's sound, and those are like, not even like, one is we can think of as a medium, the other one is it's a whole set of potential more specific formats that we could apply the word medium to. In the case of science, perhaps, again, I say this with some interpretation, we could think of analogs to the concept of medium, right? The way that results are presented by a logician and the kind of the form, the kind of concrete. If we think of tools and we think of the actual scientific practice, the material reality of the support that the logician uses when trying to kind of prove like new theorems is going to be very different from what, say, the biologist is, the kind of the media, the kind of the material reality that supports the thought of the biologist. So that's one way of thinking. Medium is so crucial in this question of style in the art world. I can think of anyone trying to talk about. Yeah, I suspect this would be like a broader conversation because I think, we could, but I would love to have it so we can email about this because it is in fact like a fascinating, interesting question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We will stop here. Thank you very much again. And now our next speaker who is in the room is Rémy Mermet. Do you have something to share? Or? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Rémy Mermet is an associate research fellow at Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne. His work lies between aesthetics and philosophy of art, and especially focuses on the Germanic area. And today he will speak about this theme between art and science, Ernest Cassirer's concept of style. Please.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Yeah. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share the first results of my latest research on Ernst Cassirer's philosophy. It's a work in progress, so I hope that my talk won't be too laborious. And I must add that I'm a philosopher of art, not a philosopher of science. So I hope that what I'll say will be of interest to you nevertheless. So today I will not talk about Ernst Cassirer's writing or thinking style, or at least not directly. Even though he himself admits that there is always a reciprocal relationship between one's form of thought and one's form of life, and that his own philosophy of symbolic forms largely draws on what he calls the law of style governing Kant's critical philosophy, I am more interested in the way Cassirer uses style as an epistemological and philosophical concept in its own right. Admittedly, the concept of style is not as common as that of form or symbol in Cassirer's work. Yet, in the 10th volume of his Nargelasono Manuscripto und Texte, Cassirer explicitly relates the concept of form to Goethe's concept of style, and more generally to Goethe's theory of morphology. This is no coincidence, and one can make so bold, I think, as to consider Goethe's concept of style as the prototype of Cassirer's concept of symbolic form. It has been proved, indeed, over the last 30 years, that Cassirer's philosophy is as much indebted to Goethe as it is to Kant. In 1945, the very year of his death, Cassirer published a short essay summarizing his lifelong engagement with both thinkers, in which he emphasized the transformations to which, according to him, Goethe had subjected Kant's transcendental method. Goethe, Cassirer recalled, refused any principled separation between intuition and understanding, realism and idealism, art and science. In his artistic productions, as in his scientific investigations, he sought to seize the inherent creativity and dynamism of nature, natura naturans rather than natura naturata, a creativity that discloses itself at the very surface of its ever-changing forms. In a Goethean conception of reality, Forms can thus be understood as always already symbolic because they are meaningful in themselves. This is true symbolism, Goethe says, where the particular represents the general not as dream and shadow, but as a live and immediate revelation of the unfathomable. In my opinion, that is exactly what brought Cassirer to draw a parallel between Goethe's definition of artistic style and his own definition of the symbolic form in his seminal paper on symbolism, published in 1923 under the title, The Concept of Symbolic Form in the Construction of the Human Sciences. For Goethe, I quote, "Style rests on the deepest foundations of knowledge, on the very essence of things, insofar as we are permitted to have knowledge of it through visible and tangible figures." As for Cassirer, I quote again, "By symbolic form, one should understand every energy of spirit by which the content of spiritual signification is linked to a concrete and intrinsically appropriate sensuous sign." This affinity between Goethe's visible and tangible knowledge and Cassirer's concrete and sensuous signification is of major importance for us here today, because it involves, as I will try to show, a conceptual analogy between art and science, but also because it echoes the prevalence of the concept of style in contemporary history and philosophy of science. As Matteo clearly showed a few moments ago, Cassirer must be counted beside Karl Mannheim and Ludwig Fleck as one of the first introducers of the concept of style in science studies. On a purely quantitative level, though, Cassirer primarily uses the concept of style in relation to the human sciences, not to the natural sciences. After Wilhelm Dilthey's and Heinrich Rickert's attempts to lay the foundations for a clear distinction between the Geistes- or Kulturwissenschaften on the one hand and the Naturwissenschaften on the other, Cassirer strove in turn to legitimize both the scientific rigor of the human sciences and their methodological autonomy from the natural sciences. Artistic creation, it appeared to him, is probably the most relevant subject for such an investigation. Even if aesthetic experience may seem to be limited to the realm of pure feeling and thus to remain out of reach of science, any careful contemplation of a work of art implies, in reality, a confrontation with its form, with its stylistic shape. If we can be affected by style, Cassirer says, it is because it has an undeniable factuality. The question is, what is the distinctive nature of this factuality? In other words, if style is a genuine object of science, what kind of object is it, and what kind of science does it entail? Cassirer addresses these issues in his 1942 Logic of the Cultural Sciences. There, art history plays a leading role. As a discipline specifically devoted to the study of style, it is considered a paradigm for any scientific approach to cultural objects, hence the centrality of the concept of style in the overall definition of the human sciences. In fact, Cassirer holds style to be the key to distinguishing between the causal explanation proper to the natural sciences and the formal or structural comprehension proper to the cultural sciences. According to Cassirer, style is indeed that which goes beyond causality. It is what is irreducible to any physical, chronological, or psychological demonstration. That is to say, to any kind of naturalistic apprehension of culture. I quote, "A cultural object always needs a physical material substratum. The painting is attached to the canvas, the statue to the marble, the historical document to characters we find written on parchment paper. But at the same time, all this must be situated historically in its place and time, and it must be understood as the expression of certain fundamental psychic attitudes with which we can in some way empathize. Thus, physical, historical, and psychological concepts continually enter into the description of a cultural object. However, the specific signification of this object remains obscure as long as we isolate these elements from each other, instead of grasping them in their correlation, their mutual penetration." For Cassirer, this correlation is none other than the global orientation, the spiritual direction that is precisely to be found in the particular style of this object. Against the temptation to reduce the meaning of an artwork or a historical document to its exact place within a causal chain, Cassirer defends the idea that style, conceived of as the meaning of form itself, as its inner necessity, is that which is decisive in determining its immanent truth and its objectivity. I quote here another essay of 1927 entitled "The Problem of the Symbol and its Place in the System of Philosophy." Such a definition of style implies that its conceptual validity does not lie in its capacity to derive cultural facts from a universal law, that is, to determine them as a physical concept determines natural phenomena. The conceptual validity of style lies rather in its capacity to classify the cultural forms and objects, to assign them to a certain symbolic order. That does not mean at all that the concepts of style are mere descriptions of cultural singularities. Every concept, Cassirer claims, seeks to be a unity of the manifold, a relation between the individual and the universal. Style is not the reflection of a cultural world existing in itself. It is the conceptual operator through which we first gain access to the objective reality of culture, the operator through which its singularities take shape and thus make sense for us. As Cassirer states in his remarks on the question of the originality of the Renaissance, ideas like Gothic, Renaissance, or Baroque are ideas of historical style. As to the meaning of these ideas of style, there still prevails a great lack of clarity in many respects. They can be used to characterize and interpret intellectual movements, but they express no actual historical facts that ever existed at any given time. Renaissance and Middle Ages are, strictly speaking, not names for historical periods at all, but they are concepts of ideal types in Max Weber's sense. This reference to Weber is illuminating because it shows that the conceptual relevance of style is to be found less in its empirical content than in its formative power, to borrow a Kantian notion. Weber defines indeed the ideal type as follows. It is a conceptual construct, which is neither historical reality nor even the true reality. It is even less fitted to serve as a schema under which a real situation or action is to be subsumed as one instance. It has the significance of a purely ideal limiting concept with which a real situation or action is compared and surveyed for the explication of certain of its significant components. Such concepts are constructs in terms of which we formulate relationships by the application of the category of objective possibility. By means of this category, the adequacy of our imagination, oriented and disciplined by reality, is judged. To put it simply, even if the Kulturwissenschaftler has no choice but to forge its concepts in close relationship to the cultural phenomena themselves, the ideal type is not an average of the actual components of reality. It is, as Weber states in a very Goethean way, an imaginary accentuation of the most salient features of these components, by means of which the Kulturwissenschaftler is able to build ad hoc categories of interpretation. Cassirer insists on this point. The concept of style is not a substantial being. It is a structuring principle, an ideal rule conceived by, say, the historian to orient themselves in the mass of historical facts, works, and events, thereby giving history a direction and meaning. This idealness of the concept of style reminds us that there is no such thing as a historical or cultural reality independent from the knowledge that we have of it. History is nothing more than the historian's interpretation of the past. Its existence is purely symbolic, just as is the objectivity of style. Does that imply, in return, that the objectivity of the natural sciences, because it does not deal with the meaning of cultural forms, is not symbolic at all? Of course not. Cassirer has devoted a large part of the philosophy of symbolic forms to the analysis of the symbolic functioning of the mathematical sciences of nature. But the fact that these sciences are entirely symbolic does not necessarily entail their having a style. If, as Cassirer reminds us, the human sciences cannot, by definition, renounce anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism, the natural sciences aim, on the contrary, to reach, so to speak, the standpoint of no one. Yet, throughout his work, Cassirer uses the concept of style quite frequently in relation to the natural sciences, whether to talk about the style of an individual thinker or scientist, or about the style of an entire discipline or period. In the philosophy of symbolic forms, he mentions, for example, Heraclitus' linguistic style and style of thought, Denkstil, while in the first volume of The Problem of Knowledge in Philosophy and Science in the Modern Age, tackles issues such as Galileo's style or the stylistic history of modern science. In the concept of symbolic form in the construction of the human sciences, Cassirer even refers to Albert Einstein's theory of relativity as the one that best represents the true style of modern physical knowledge. Does such a statement mean that Cassirer's distinction between the causality of the natural sciences and the formalism of the cultural sciences is not as obvious as he suggests? To be sure, the natural sciences depend on a certain logical form in that, quote, the order of things and attributes, as well as the order of causes and effects, always disclose a determinate structure and a common formal character, unquote. Causality is a specific formative process without which nature, like history, cannot exist as an object of knowledge. According to Cassirer, this formal character of causality has been somehow recognized by science itself at the beginning of the 20th century. I quote again, so long as natural science stood firmly upon the basis of the mechanical worldview, the absolute rule of this worldview was hardly to be broken. But it was just here that remarkable development occurred that led to an inner crisis and ultimately to a revolution in our mode of thinking within the field of the scientific knowledge of nature itself. Since the beginning of the 20th century, it has made its appearance with growing clarity in all areas. Gradually, it seized physics, biology, and psychology. This transformation started out from the concept of form. Here, form should not be understood in its old Aristotelian meaning, that is to say, its anthropomorphic purposiveness. Unlike a house built by an architect, natural forms need not be related to a purposeful activity, to a final cause, to become meaningful. In the contemporary sciences of nature, form simply refers to the idea that there are no parts without a whole in which they form a system. The whole is a structure that is always more than the mere sum of its parts, as proved in physics by the modern field theory, in biology by the holistic approach to organic life, and in psychology by Gestalt theory. Of course, quote again, the recognition of the concept of wholeness and of the concept of structure has by no means effaced or eliminated the difference between the sciences of nature and the sciences of culture. But it has eliminated a separating barrier that until now had stood them between. By acknowledging the formal or structural nature of every kind of science, Cassirer does not seek to blur the methodological differences between the natural and the cultural sciences that he has patiently established in the logic of the cultural sciences. But, as Ernst Wolfgang Hort argues, as soon as we leave the strict point of view of epistemology to embrace the wider perspective of the philosophy of culture, we realize that the distinction between the natural and the cultural sciences loses its sharpness, but also, if I may add, that the traditional preeminence of the natural sciences over the cultural sciences is conceptually counterproductive. As symbolic ways of giving form and meaning to the world, the natural sciences are indeed an integral part of the cultural cosmos that the cultural sciences claim as their specific field of study. Scientific truth, including mathematical truth, is of anthropological nature, if by anthropology we mean, in the most general sense of the word, the critical analysis of our capacity to shape our own symbolic reality. an anthropology, says art, without a fixed essentialized picture of humanity, which is precisely the object of the philosophy of symbolic forms. In this, Cassirer reveals himself to be both Kantian and Goethean. In his anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, Kant states that to know the human being according to his species as an earthly being endowed with reason especially deserves to be called knowledge of the world, while Goethe claims that all philosophy of nature is still only anthropomorphism, as man is the measure of all things. As Jean Lassalle recently reminded us, such a symbolic approach to reality, which conceives of its subjects not as substantial beings, but as structural, functional, or operative construction, that this approach to reality has its origins beyond the Enlightenment itself in the Renaissance period. I quote, according to Cassirer, the shift in perspective characteristic of the modern era was made possible by a shift in attention from grammatical categories to the notion of style, that is, from a logic based on an ontology to a thoroughly aesthetic reflection, as demonstrated by the extraordinary changes in artistic forms during the Renaissance. This aesthetic root of knowledge is epitomized by Leonardo da Vinci, whose artistic creativity, whose attraction to the visibility of things is inextricably tied up with his scientific ambitions. In The Individual and the Cosmos in Renaissance Philosophy, Cassirer explicitly relates the rise of modern art and science to Leonardo's new sensitivity to form, which is typical of Renaissance thought. To put it another way, Cassirer seems to consider Leonardo to be an artistic as well as a scientific genius. This interpretation is in line with Goethe's heterodox reading of Kant's Critique of Judgment. According to Kant, genius is what distinguishes art from science, because the artist, unlike the scientist, cannot teach or even explain how they create their work. The artist of genius literally invents the rule of their art at the very moment of its production, whereas the scientist participates in a collaborative and therefore replicable effort to discover the universal laws of nature. That which links Leonardo, Goethe, and Cassirer is their strong conviction that any discovery is also, in a way, an invention, that science is, no less than art, inherently creative. As Cassirer recalls, a scientific concept is always prospective. Quote, it not only fixes what is already known, establishing its general outlines, but also maintains a persistent outlook for new and unknown connections, unquote. For Cristiano Schmitz-Regal, Cassirer's main contribution to the theory of knowledge lies precisely in the fact that he recognizes this creativity. Science, she says, as defined by Cassirer, can be called an open art because it does not rely anymore on a fixed table of categories, but on a generative process that welcomes, quote, constant change and contingency in our knowledge system as an integral and necessary part of all objectivation, unquote. If Schmitz-Regal refers only to contemporary physics, this temporality and openness of truth also applies to the cultural sciences. As Cassirer remarks in his Nargelandsene manuscript, all concepts of style are provisional, but this is no objection against their scientificity. On the contrary, this provisional character can never be overcome in physics either. Reading between the lines, we can deduce that the concept of style is not only instrumental in the emergence of a science of art that produces an objective knowledge of artistic creativity. The concept of style is also paradigmatic of this general art of science that is intrinsic to Cassirer's symbolic conception of truth. In the metaphysics of symbolic forms, Cassirer even goes so far as to suggest that reality itself, because we can know it only through its symbolic shaping, must be understood as a human creation. I quote, the first step toward an authentic consciousness of reality is the work that man produces. This lasting product, which is the deposit from his works, the sphere of works, of creations provides the passage, the actual access to the sphere of objective being. From the consciousness of works grows the consciousness of things. But even if every thing is a symbolic production of the human mind, this does not mean that this production is completely relative and arbitrary. I quote again, the poetic, that is the symbolic shaping of reality, arises and endures outside every intention as aiming at a goal taken as a specific momentary individual action. It is without interest, interesselos. It dwells within itself and is blessed in itself. In my opinion, such an objective disinterestedness by which Cassirer tries to grasp the elementary meaning of symbolism itself loses its enigmatic character as soon as it is apprehended in light of Kant's theory of genius. Just as the work of genius is for Kant both original and exemplary, so is any symbolic objectification of the world, whether it is artistic or not, simultaneously free and lawful. As Cassirer says about the natural sciences, the scientist cannot attain his end without strict obedience to the facts of nature. But this obedience is not passive submission. The work of all great natural scientists, of Galileo and Newton, of Maxwell and Helmholtz, of Planck and Einstein, was not mere fact collecting. It was theoretical, and that means constructive work. It is man's highest power, and it designates at the same time the natural boundary of our human world. In language, in religion, in art, in science, man can do no more than to build up his own universe, a symbolic universe that enables him to understand and interpret, to articulate and organize, to synthesize and universalize his human experience. With such a poetic comprehension of the human world, Cassirer does not advocate for a purely pragmatic understanding of truth. In the philosophy of symbolic forms, truth is that which, although never determined beforehand, convinces us of its necessity in the very manifestation of its form. To conclude, this exemplarity of art for science and beyond raises the question of the ultimate status of style in Ernst Cassirer's philosophy. According to Barbara Naumann, who studied the question thoroughly, style can be considered as the alter ego of symbolic forms, in that it reveals the poetic and performative character of the movement of thought. Marion Lauschke rightly points out that such a conflation of style and symbolic form is problematic because it lacks conceptual rigor, especially as regards the connection within style itself between the singular and the universal. But I equally disagree with Lauschke's definition of style as being restricted to a single subgroup of cultural production, namely art. Even if Cassirer admits in the Essay on Man that one may speak of scientific genius only metaphorically, and that the personal style of any great scientific discovery has only a psychological, not a systematic relevance, he nevertheless contends that art and science form the two highest levels of spiritual creativity that lies in each and every symbolic work of humanity, from the most physical sensation to the most abstract reasoning. In so doing, he implies that beyond any psychological aspect, style is first and foremost the expression of the symbolic itself, the very symbol of symbolism, of which the work of art is perhaps the most explicit illustration. In the philosophy of symbolic forms, style does not therefore merely designate, as Steve Lofts recently suggested, the individual manifestation of the universal form of the symbolic function or the historical expression of the universal form of spirit, as if it were possible to distinguish strictly between the general being of the symbolic form and the individual direction of its stylistic usage. In true symbolism, being is by nature always already oriented, and the universal always already individualized. To use a mathematical analogy, the invariant of universality lives in the individual variation itself. Naumann is thus right to refer style to Goethe's maxim, according to which the general and the particular always coincide, because the particular is the general itself made manifest under different conditions. But she is wrong to limit its application to Cassirer's own way of thinking. if all reality is unavoidably symbolic, style must be understood more fundamentally as the very structure of our experience, as the ever-changing texture of the world itself. Far from leading to pure relativism, such a radical stylistics free us from the transcendental illusion of a predetermined truth. What Cassirer discovered in the sciences of his time, be they natural or cultural, is that objectivity is never a given, but a process that actualizes itself in the never-ending diversification of its forms. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. Are there any questions online or on? Yeah, please, Matteo.
Thank you very much, Rémy. That was a lot of information that I need time to process. But, so sorry if my question will be just very vague and or basic and especially sorry if you mentioned this and I might have mentioned it. I'm just kind of tired right now. But I really need to know more about these things. So I'm all about knowing more, and I'm trying to track down how the concept itself circulated. It is very hard, especially around those years, because it appears, it pops up everywhere. But, you know, there are some speculations about how Fleck might have got it through Oswald Spengler, for example. So philosophers of culture are a bit of like an important source for other people as well. But so you mentioned that the first use is from the 20s by Cassirer, or
in science studies, you mean? In his I don't know, style. I think it's the seminal paper on the philosophy of symbolic form mentions the idea of style as defined by Goethe. As, and in Goethe's definition, style applies to art, but he says that true art relies on the deepest foundations of knowledge. So for Goethe, there's a strict correlation between art and science, because for him, true knowledge is always visible. He cannot imagine a truth that is not tangible. So that's why for him, art and science are mostly the same. It's the same endeavor to grasp the inherent creativity of nature itself. Because the idea of morphology in Goethe's conception is that everything is ever transforming. So the idea is that science and art must show us that this perpetual transformation. And Goethe says every time that if there is a being, this being is given in the transformation itself. So you see, it's a kind of processual truth, and what Cassirer took from Goethe is exactly that idea, that there is no given truth, there is no transcendental truth in the Kantian sense, a strict Kantian sense of the world, because everything, reality itself is always transforming itself. So our thought, our science itself and art must, like nature, be always they should transform themselves to grasp. You know, there's an analogy between reality transforming itself and man's thought trying to grasp this reality. So you've got that kind of analogy that everything is in transformation. I don't know, it's not really clear. I don't know if I answered your question. But.
And that's already helpful. So Goethe is definitely the source. But by articulating his idea of style, was Cassirer also trying to relate to or respond to contemporary uses? Like, I don't know, you worked on Wolfling, for example. Did the art historians played any role?
Sure. And
also, I don't know, Zimmel or sociologists use, or
sure. The problem is that at the beginning of the 20th century in Germany, but also in France, style is everywhere, and there's a kind. I think that the use of style in all by all that thinkers is kind of a zeitgeist. They all speak of style, but to be more precise, in Cassirer's writings, when he talks about the style of science, he uses style, just like that. But when he talks about style in a very specific manner, he explicitly mentions Wölfflin. So, and for him, for Cassirer, style is first and foremost the concept of the human sciences and the concept through which the human sciences can attain a sort of validity, scientific validity. And this is the concept through which they distinguish themselves from the natural sciences. So, and all of my demonstration was my interpretation that the concept of style from the human sciences can also apply to the study of the natural sciences. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions online or in the room? Okay, may I have one? Because actually, just for you to know, I worked a little about this notion of form in Goethe morphology and so on, but I didn't realize this because we know the relationship between knowledge and nature in Goethe thoughts, but I didn't realize how this concept of form and style can move from a category to another. And so my question is this, so I get the point that it's Cassirer, it's your interpretation to use the concept of style in Cassirer's thoughts to science stuffs. In the other way, in Goethe thoughts, do you think that it's possible to think the opposite way, this notion of form in science and style up to artistic?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely, yeah. There's a strong connection between, Goethe, the scientific investigation of Goethe scientific investigation uses the concept of form and morphology, but it's the exact analog to the concept of style in art, and you can definitely connect the two concepts because style is the manifestation of truth through a visible form. Okay, and so. And after that, I stopped because I put hours less because usually we emphasize in his natural philosophy period the influence of Spinoza in particular, but there's also an inspiration impact from Leibniz. And I was wondering in which way this embodiment of style in specific living beings and so on, is there a connection with the notion of viewpoint from Leibniz? What do you think about that? I couldn't answer a question because of my lack of knowledge. But definitely I think but Cassirer wrote a lot about the connection between Leibniz and Goethe, so maybe you can find your answer there. Right. But I don't know, the problem with Goethe is that he was a poet. And so when he took a concept from a philosopher, maybe Kant or Leibniz or Spinoza, just he turned it around and made something really idiosyncratic. Of course, yeah. So, but sure. I think there's a strong connection too. So maybe we can talk. Of course. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Are there other questions here? No? Well, thank you very much. And so now it's time for a break, and we go back at 20. Thank you.
Okay. Today I will look at the institutionalization of anthropology in Italy between the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. Connecting, this topic is of course connected to many different other topics, such as the nation building process, the colonial projects, the practices of fieldworks. But what I will focus on today is mostly the different scholarly discourses that were elaborated around what anthropology should be. And so I will look at historical sources such as journal articles, exhibition programs, and instructions for travelers. This is just to give you a very general overview of the literature I will mainly refer to. I'm not a philosopher of science, but I'm an historian. And so I will consider, on the one hand, I will take as my background the works on the history and historiography of anthropology and of visual anthropology, so the use also of photographs within anthropology, and on the other hand, all these works that analyzes the role of images and observation practices within the scientific, the making of the scientific practice. So I would like to start with this quote by Paolo Mantegazza that can be considered one of the founder of Italian anthropology, that recall in 1901 the first meeting of the society of the first society of anthropology and ethnology in Italy. And he described this community, saying that of official anthropologists, maybe 2 or 3 were present, while there were many zoologists, travelers, paleontologists and physicians, psychiatrists and physiologists, philologists and historians, educated men and amateur scientists, a whole encyclopedia of scholars. So from here you can already see how different professionals, practices and different backgrounds were involved in the making of anthropology. And this connects also with the object and the method of anthropology itself. So we have to consider anthropology, I was always saying, as a discipline in the making. And so the definition of the object of anthropology and the method of anthropology went hand in hand. And on the one hand, we can see that there was this attempt to frame anthropology in what we would then call physical anthropology. So with the focus on anatomy, on morphology, and the link to naturalist and experimental method. So just to take some words from these different quotes, they said anatomy, physiology, and also psychology, and we will come back to that later. Studies of the simple morphology of matters, of its transformation, of its functions. This is a triad of research constituting anthropology. Or a Canestrini that says that anthropology, by observing and measuring, it studies all the human features that have a systematic value and follows the method of natural science. Or Enrico Morselli that said that the method used today for the study of man is primarily experimental, since anthropology is considered part of natural and biological science. So the instrument and the investigation process used by anthropologists are not different from those of the anatomist, the physiologist, the naturalist. So we see on the one hand, this idea of placing and positioning anthropology within this field, but then there is also the other side, that is the one that at least in Italy was framed as ethnologia or ethnografia. So the connection with the historical method and the attention to the cultural element and the social structure. So in this regard, the attempt was to, and I quote, consider men in their unity and variety, establishing the distinctions of families and races, comparatively analyzing their languages, costumes, myths, religions. And this is the work of ethnology that lends its hand to archaeology and history. Indeed, it is a historical factor par excellence, and this is Felice Finzi, or another quote says that ethnography, it is based upon archaeology, tradition, history, and linguistics, and it follows the method of historical and philosophical sciences. So we see anthropology being at the verge of these two options, and also this is reflected, for example, in the actual creation of a chair, a university chair of anthropology. So at the beginning, the first chair of anthropology was placed within the courses of literature and philosophy in the 1870s in Italy, and then it moves from the 1880s within the natural science faculty. So we also see these changes across time, and also I'm not showing you like necessarily a unitarian view upon what anthropology should be in Italy, but we will see that there are some contrasts also between, of course, within the community. And then there is a third element and third methodological approach that was considered important by some anthropologists, that is the idea of psychology. And in this regard, it's important the work by Mantegazza, Giglioli, and Latourneau, who wrote about the possibility to build a comparative psychology of human races. And using, of course, here, but also with the images I will show you, you will see that there are very racist vocabulary as well as racist kind of representations of people. But here the authors devised the possibility of dealing with such a complex array of information, that is the representation and the analysis of living cultures, by limiting their attention to external acts that could be more easily translated into facts to be analyzed. So rather than a subjective approach based on dialogue and interior examination, the anthropological method opted for an objectifying, objective strategy. And so, to quote them, they said, "Our psychology is anthropological psychology, objective psychology. It is clear that we cannot use the internal and subjective observation usually employed by most psychologists in Europe." So the psychological method of the eye that looks inward is hardly applicable to, they said, the analysis of different cultures. And so here only one thing can be observed: the external and apparent actions and work. So we have these mainly, I have branched out mainly these three possibilities and these three methods and approaches that anthropology wanted to weave together in the creation of its own objects and method of study. So natural history, natural sciences, historical sciences, and psychological sciences. And we can find that the aim was very much to connect between these three aspects. For example, looking at Giuseppe Giglioli, who wrote that the man who is part of nature and cultures lives on earth in his individuality and collectivity must be the object of anthropology, or Mantegazza that suggested that the anthropologist must be at once a naturalist and a psychologist. Or Bartolomeo Malfatti, who was actually against the idea of being able to have an holistic approach to anthropology that could link the, let's say, natural and the historical part, but he understood that the difficulties to separate between these fields is because it is not possible to observe a distinctions between natural and historical moments, between man as a single entity and man as a social entity. On the one hand, we see this anxiety. Let's say that anthropology could be considered that as a science that developed precisely on the crack between the natural and the historical sciences. And so on the one hand, anthropology was as this anxiety to demonstrate his belonging to the natural science with all these attributes of attention to the physical, the external, the singular, the measurable, the objective elements. And on the other hand, it feels the need to apply also another kind of methodology that could be linked to historical, cultural, internal, social, unmeasurable, and subjective elements. And so, in doing so, some anthropologists wanted to move forward from a static to a dynamic understanding of the discipline. And I quote, if anthropology, and it's again Mantegazza, in its first years of life, dealt more with the skull than with the thoughts, more with the races than with the comparative psychology of the human family, this is because it has to start from what is most comfortable to be studied, measured, weighed, following the same path of the sister sciences, and it had to move from the accessible and known to the complex and unknown. Nothing differs more from a man than a man. And then again, Mantegazza, together with Giglioli and Latourneau, explained this need to pass from a static to a dynamic period. And they said that anthropologists would not indefinitely want to limit themselves to classify man as botanists classify plants in his herbarium. Anthropology, without abandoning compass and scale, without neglecting human morphology, had to force itself in showing the acting, thinking, and living man. So we see here this struggle between what we would call quantitative and qualitative data, and also to quote from Ginsburg that was also mentioned many times today, there is this kind of inability to quantify that stems from the impossibility of eliminating the qualitative, the individual, and the impossibility of eliminating the individual resulted from the fact that the human eye is more sensitive to even slight differences between human beings than it is to differences between rocks or leaves. This is a quote from Ginsburg and his essay about Morelli and Cluse. Here we start to see how this attention to man as living beings also is a move to non-measurable aspects of human life, but also a move to different technique of observation and different technologies of knowledge. And we have read, for example, this reference to going beyond the botanist model that classify plants in his herbarium. So we start to see what is the role that images played in all these discourses. And I would like to introduce this part that focus more on the role of images and photographs, again with a quote from Mantegazza. It's an early quote, it's from the 1850s, but he claims for the need to build a human iconography, so an atlas, to train the eye of the anthropologists to come, that could operate somehow as a bridge, as a solution, as a synthesis, as he said, between these two aspirations of anthropology. And so I quote, there are animal and botanical iconographies that can be considered works of art, but there is not yet a human iconography that could make the synthesis between the studies of men of letters who, unaware of anatomy, take the only path of linguistics and history, and that of doctors who, worshippers of raw and nude materials, struggle to make ethnography on skulls, skins, and hair. So these approaches that I have tried to show also become Mantegazza in this quote seems to bridge between these approaches. So an atlas that could make visible both the aspects, the anatomical, natural aspects, and the cultural, historical one through images. So photography was, of course, soon promoted as a fundamental tool to make the object of anthropology visible. And so pictures were exchanged and collected as working objects in the making of anthropological theories. And as photography was in itself situated at the in between art and science, we see that in the Italian traditions and in the making of the Italian anthropological community, we have this double definition of what anthropological photography, what anthropologists should look for in photography. And so we have, on the one hand, a call for a kind of scientific photography, as we would expect, saying that the man must be photographed in front and profile in the position that we have recommended for measurements. And then this idea was brought back in others texts. So, for example, by Enrico Morselli in his program for an exhibition dedicated to anthropology that took place in Turin in 1884. And he explained this protocol to photograph a man scientifically. So it's basically the idea of anthropometric representation. So from the anthropological point of view, the man has to be portrayed in front and profile in a size big enough so that light can capture every detail of the physiognomy. And then it goes on explaining what should be the postures, the framing, and the setting of this kind of pictures that aims to control the noise of the disturbing influences of life, basically, and try to build an image that was self-explanatory. And this is in line, of course, with the idea of a mechanical objectivity of photographs, able to build with images a racial taxonomy, basically. But then when we move from the theoretical approaches, sorry, I need to drink. So when we move, I was saying, from the theoretical protocols to the actual practice of photographs that were collected and are present in the anthropological archives, we see that these protocols were often re-elaborated either due to practical issues. So we see, for example, in the middle that the background is that of a studio, of a photographic studio. So it's not the neutral background that we would associate with the anthropometric typological photography, or also for different needs. In these, we see, for example, that we still have the front and profile view, but there is also the representation of costumes, or also of the surrounding context, as a way to tell something also of the physiognomy of the subject, also of the connections between physical features and class belonging, for example. And then there was this second attempt of anthropologists that also call, next to this scientific photography, reflect and propose the need for an artistic photography. Giglioli and Zanetti in 1874 said that to this kind of scientific photography, it should be added an artistic one that gives the natural behavior, the personality of the individuals and the race. And this was again rephrased by Morselli, that says that these photographs should be taken with the natural and free aptitude of the portrayed subjects, possibly in their traditional costumes or surrounded by tools and utensils typical of the region and social class. So this definition is, of course, much less structured than the one before. They do not offer an official protocols to make this kind of artistic photography. It is connected to some concepts that are themselves very open, such as natural behavior, personality, typicality, still there is this claim for a truth value in the use of artistic photography as necessary working tools for the making of anthropology. So this is also connected to a myth of photography as a medium able to capture spontaneity and naturality. And it's also connected to what I was just telling you about anthropology, this need to show the dynamic of cultures and the living aspects. But then again, to see how these discourses were then actually make concrete in the practice and the materials, when we look in the archives, we can see that under such wide umbrellas, such as artistic photography, you have many different kind of pictures. It could be the representation of traditional costumes that were very typical for the Italian case, but not only, or pictures that were highly arranged and produced in photographic studio, but that try to hint to the idea of a naturality of the so-called primitive cultures, or picturesque genre scenes, such as this representation, also Venice, you can find it on the right, or also it could follow under this definition more what we would today call more documentary kind of photography, studio pictures that were taken from ethnographers in the field. So here we see that there is a strong influence of materials and of different actors taking pictures in the creation of the anthropological method, and how there was a whole visual economy going on in the creation of the anthropological objects. I'm almost at the end. This is just to show you that not just anthropologists were involved in the in producing idea around what photography should be, but there was also, of course, the reverse. So photographers such as Carlo Brogi, who was an important photographers, Florentine photographers with an important studio in the city, that collaborated a lot with Paolo Mantegazza in many different occasions, and Mantegazza himself was the first director of the Italian Society of Photography. And in this book, The Portrait in Photography, he discusses about what portrait photography should be. And it's interesting because we can hear that some ideas, some anthropological ideas kind of resonates also in his work. And so there is, for example, these connections between the representation of subjects and the capacity of the photographer as an artist to capture his moral, what is termed here as his moral physiognomy. The same things that we've done with anthropology could be done, of course, with photography, that was itself at the crack in between an idea of a mechanical, objective, scientific style of representation, but that was also considered possibly a manual, subjective, and artistic form of representation and interpretation. I hope I managed to show somehow what I consider a circularity between the object of science, in my case of anthropology in Italy at the end of the 19th century, and its connection to method, to technique of observation, even if I didn't touch that much on observation today with you, and to style and medium of representation. And as a conclusion, we can see how the plural identities of anthropology that negotiated between scientific, humanistic, and social domain, quantitative and qualitative research, objective and subjective method, scientific and artistic style, was evident in the different both discourses and materials of anthropology, and that beyond the idea of anthropology as being able to classify in taxonomy the human races, there was also this attempt, but was yet to be worked out as scientific, because we see that the vocabulary is a bit missing or very vague when it gets to this idea of framing the dynamic and the cultural datum. Still, it was already present at the very origin of anthropology. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Please.
Just to be sure I understood, there was a quote, I believe it from Mantegazza, on the purpose of anthropological photography. And you said, I heard that it was a purpose of picturing the physiognomy, but on the text, it was physiognomy with a G. So I wonder what concept it is.
Yes, it's physiognomy.
So it implies a theory of a character expressed through the body.
Exactly.
Do they accept it without, do they accept the theory?
You mean if Mantegazza used this theory of, Mantegazza was a very big promoter of the idea of physiognomy. He made there was a book he wrote completely about that. So yeah, there is this idea of physiognomy for sure in Mantegazza and also in other authors of the time. So this kind of mirror between exterior and interior. That's why also there is this when they speak about the artistic photography, and it's not Mantegazza that wrote precisely about that, but it's part of the community. There is the idea of the artistic photography being able to capture precisely that. On the one hand, the external appearance, but this could say something about the interior characteristic of a given culture or society, or so yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure also that I understood something. Are you saying that in the case of anthropological photography, the artistic representation is in service of a kind of scientific understanding of a human being?
Yeah, it's that while in other, like if you look at the also the way exhibitions, photographic exhibition at that time were made, so you have these distinctions between the artistic photography, the scientific photography, and the two were considered as two different applications of the same medium, two different aspects. While in the case of anthropology in Italy, you find this idea that both scientific photography, and they mean anthropometric, is needed, but also another kind of photography that is artistic, that was some of the example I showed you, or this ideal view upon photography as something that could capture this aspect, was considered as to be considered as part of the method of science of anthropology. So yeah.
Thank you. There should be a question online. Is it possible to share it on the screen?
Okay. Should I read it?
It's up to you.
Just so that you can.
Thank you. Do you want to read it by yourself, maybe?
I read it?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Caroline Jones, that's a great talk, comment, the artistic photographs fit into the tropes of types in lithography, etc., whereas the scientific are pure polysying à la Bertillon, Galton, and the mugshots, US slang. Question, do you have a view about contemporary anthropology and the turn to the more than human? Okay, so as for the comment, yeah, so the it's artistic photography fits on the one hand on the idea of types, and there are it's good. It's something I wanted to say, many connection also with the pre-photographic world, also in these genre scenes and the way they were represented, and also the representation of costumes. So there is a bit also of disagreement whether this kind of artistic photography should be framed as types or maybe as costume photography. That it's maybe a definition that could fit better, because then the idea of types is also very much connected to the idea of anthropometric types. So it creates a kind of clash there. And yeah, so, and for sure the connection with Bertillon is there. Well, maybe I would say that, of course, the idea of Galton is a bit, again, is part of this scientific photography, but it's a bit a different one, because for Galton, the important things was to, yeah, types, costumes, yeah, exactly. So the idea of Galton was more to find like a standard, combining different pictures, while with anthropometric photography, sometimes also it could be the aim to, yes, to build a human taxonomy, but also to build it through the representation of the single elements. So not necessarily finding the standard, the medium, but also to see the peculiarity of the singular case. On my view about contemporary anthropology and the turn to the more than human, I think I should think about it, and maybe I will come back to you about that later, like writing to you, because at the moment I cannot really elaborate much on that, so it will be just a stream of thoughts that I avoid.
Thank you very much. Are there another question? Is there another question maybe? No? Well, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we welcome our very last speaker. Elena Canadelli, who is an associate professor at the Università degli Studi di Padova. Her work focuses on the history of science, history of museums, and the relationship with science and the visual culture nowadays. And so today she will speak about art, science, and nature, museums as entangled spaces, and as far as I understand, there are also some videos, so it will be very interactive too. No worries.
Proviamo così.
Arrivo. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me fine? Okay. And so I'll be brief, because I know that 2 days much. So I'm an historian of science, interested in museology, natural history museum, and science and technology museums. And so I will bring my perspective on the topic. Yeah, of course. So I will bring, hopefully, my perspective on the topic, so the boundaries between art and science, and I will deal with it from the museum perspective, so also from the perspective on a public space that deal with collection, natural history collection and science and technology collection. And so I will put a bit of history of museums and what is happening now and why it's interesting from the perspective of the relationship between art and science. At the moment, so our contemporary art and art is very much present in the scenario of natural history museum and science and technology museums, not only in Italy, but all over the world. And this is an interesting phenomenon to my perspective, because it brings together different kind of styles. So we have spoken a lot of different styles, different way of looking at the world of reality to interpret also collection and the world. So what is happening now is that contemporary art is very much important for scientific museums, and I will show some case studies, some examples of that, some from the Science and Technology Museum in Milan, Leonardo da Vinci, where I worked for a period of time, and others from other two museums from the natural history side. And so what is happening right now is the mixing of different languages in this specific public space that is a museum. It is the Natural History and Science and Technology Museum, but also Ethnography Museum. So I'm speaking of scientific museum a bit in general. And I don't know if you have in mind, for example, also the Musée de Quai in Paris, so that changed the narrative through the use of art, so interpreting ethnography collection, so that of course are dealing with colonization and things like that through the lens of art. So what is happening is the use of art to interpret or decolonize collection, scientific collection in museums that has been formed during the 19th or 20th century, so in the middle of this phenomenon. So, so just to start, this is a first example. This is an artist, Eliasson, that working with geologists, so they've brought to the Tate Modern and in Paris, so ice from Greenland, just to make people of the cities in Europe reflect about climate change. So this is a first use of art in dealing with contemporary issues like climate change. And so what is happening is a way, in a way, the attempt to speak these different field of research, so science, art, science and technology, natural history in the public space. So this is a bit what I want to tell you. So right now, very briefly, so museums, scientific museums are dealing with many challenges. So with a change in ethics of collection, of exhibiting some collection, ethnography, anthropology, but so also in terms of inclusion, participation. So these are just two examples, one in Oxford at the Rivers Museums, the other in New York with the statue of Theodore Roosevelt. So also in natural history and ethnography museums, they are dealing a lot with these kind of things. And also at the British Museum with very important figures like the founder, Hans Lohn. It was a slave owner. So what is happening in the museum scenario is a bit to reread, reinterpret the history of this institution and of the collection. And we will see how they use art, specifically in scientific museums, to do that. And Another challenges of the repatriation, so the restitution not only of works of art, but also of human remains. This is the case from France, from the Musée de l'Homme, with this so-called Hottentot Venus, and that was first exhibited in the museum in the 30s of the last century, and then studied by Cuvier at the beginning of the 19th century, and then restituted to the South Africa. So and museums have so old collection, 19th and first half of 20th century collection, very much connected with a certain idea of progress, civilization, colonization, Western and the rest of the world. And they have also old exhibits. This is just an example, is the diorama from the American Natural History Museum in New York that gave a specific picture of the relationship between Europeans and the others. So they have a specific narrative. So what is happening is that these kind of museums, they want to change the narrative. And so they also use and confront a lot with contemporary arts or the arts. And another challenge is, for example, the use of the storage. So to bring the people behind the scene of the museum. So in the storage with a research collection, explaining why we collect, if we collect, still collecting, and things like that. So also, the very idea of what a museum is, so in the international context, is under discussion. This is so not only in scientific field of museums, but in museum in general. And this is the current definition of what a museum is according to the International Council of Museums. That is the international community that works with museums. And so now, right now, a museum is a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society and its development, open to the public, which acquires, conserves, researches, communicates, and exhibits the tangible and intangible heritage of humanity and its environment for the purposes of education, study, and enjoyment. So this was the definition. And what happened before the COVID pandemic in Kyoto in 2019 is the discussion of this new definition that is very much in the sense of inclusion, participation, democracy, and all these kind of things that we are debating. And so this definition has not been accepted, has not been approved. And so you see they want to stress the fact that museums are democratizing, inclusive, polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the past and the future, so where different community can discuss, can recognize for guarantee equal rights, equal access to heritage for all people. So all good things, of course. But the fact is that a lot of museums all around the world don't do these things. So, and so if we speak about the definition of what a museum should be, so it would have been a problem. So this new definition has not been voted, and right now, so we have two proposals of a new definition, so proposal A and proposal B, and so you see some of these key concepts of the Kyoto definition. So, for example, accessible to the public, service to society, and other things. I don't know if you have the time to read it. So, in your opinion, because these two definitions will be discussed in Prague at the end of August. So, when ICOM community will meet again. And so they have already chosen for a definition. I don't know if you have a guess between these two proposals, but so we don't have much time, but the proposal that the community will discuss in Prague and will vote hopefully at the end of August is this one. So this will be likely the definition of what a museum is in the international context. So a museum is a not-for-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage, is open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. So you see it's a bit of a mix. Why is important this debate about the boundaries of art and science, in my view, is because the use of art, contemporary art, in natural history museums and science and technology museums helps in foster this diversity, sustainability, the work with the community. So is an interpretation in the museological practice of these boundaries, of these two styles of seeing the world and interpret the world. So that's why I wanted to discuss with you also the definition in general. And so what is happening right now in the museological studies is bringing together art and science, nature and technology, art and nature, technology and design. So if you go and look and visit the Design Museum in London, you find a lot of technology. If you go in new museums, you find natural history together with technology and together with ethnography. So the trend is to mix the languages, but we know that the history of museums as a Western institution has been a story, an history of separation, of specialization, so from the Renaissance onwards. And so what is happening right now, I think it's very interesting in this mixing the languages. And so this debate as accompanying also questioning categories like, as already mentioned, colonialism, progress, heritage, identity, nation state, civilization, progress, industrialization, so these kind of things. And so a history of separation and specialization from the Wunderkammern onwards, where we have natural history objects, objects made by men, ethnographic objects. So we have this first museum where we find all through the centuries. So we had a separation that is now changing. Just to give you an example, is one of the thousands that I could make, but so it's from the University of Padova where I teach, so I know better the case of this separation and specialization, as in the case of this museum, of this physician, that is Antonio Valdisneri, that so was assembling things, so things, natural history, specimen, but also antiquities, work of art, things like that, and we are in the 18th century, 18th century in Padova. So this collection has been donated at the University of Padova, used to do research or to do teaching, and so it was preserved in the central building of the university, and you would have found so sharks or other natural history specimen and antiquities. And we have also the showcase that he used for his private collection that became of the University of Padova. So we find different kind of objects of collection that nowadays are separated in different museums. So in the Archaeological Museum of the University and in the Zoological Museum of the University. So because of the specialization of disciplines and things like that. And so we have, of course, catalogs. This is of the end of the 18th century, where we have description of natural history, antiquities, and other things that were stored in this museum. And so the first separation was at the very beginning of the 19th century between antiquities and natural history collection. And then in the middle of the 19th century, we have another separation between zoology and anatomy on the one hand, and on the other end, we have geology and paleontology, so living and not living and things like that. So these are just some examples of from the original collection. These are examples so that are now separated in the Archaeological Museum. And what is happening now in Padova, for example, is that we are bringing again together the collection, not the archaeological one, but the anthropological, ethnographical, and natural history collection. So again, this tendency of bringing together man and nature under the lens of the relationship of the effects that we have. And so we will open this new museum in February 2023, the Museum of Man and Nature, where we bring together in a unique narrative and in different rooms from geology to the Japanese collection that we have of Japanese art. So just to give you another example, not far from here. But of course, the relationship between art and science is very old. So I started with the present, but so I have to pay an homage to Ernst Haeckel, that is an author that I like very much and studied, and also for the cover of the workshop. So it's just an example. It's a very important relationship. Also, art and science, natural history and art in museums. This is an example, and design, I would add, so architecture and design. This is just an example at the Oceanographic Museum in Monaco, opened in 1910. So artists like the French Costa looked at the work of Ernst Haeckel to imagine lamp or chevalier, so of the museum. So if you go in Monaco, you can see this marvelous work of art inspired by the illustration by Haeckel, so by the art form in nature, that was a work published by Haeckel at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, from his scientific works for artists, for people that want to look at the nature, and beautiful nature. So this was a radiolaria and a jellyfish. So art and science in museums is a very, very rooted relationship. And here's Haeckel and the Kunstformen der Natur. And so, of course, we have also, okay, here the first video. If you want to, because is again an example of how in the same place, so where we see this historical relationship between art and science, Haeckel and Costa, we have an exhibition of this American artist, that is Mark Dion, that has opened in 2011, an exhibition about the concept of the very beginning of museum and the culture of collecting things related to this one. Related to oceanography and the sea. And so I want to show you a brief interview with Marc Dion, that is, to my view, one of the most interesting artists that dealing with natural history and so natural history concept and ideas about the perspective, so the work of a biologist and the work of an artist in connection with this exhibition. So I try. Let's see if it works.
I'm an artist who works a lot around the topics of the history of natural history, the kind of history of the representation of nature. I work a lot about really ideas about nature rather than nature itself per se. So I'm really interested in where those ideas come from and how our ideas shape our behavior toward the natural world. I think specifically what I do is I look at the ideas that really shape our thinking about nature. And of course, many of those ideas come from the scientific world, come from the world of biology, of people who study life. But of course, scientists don't have a monopoly on what gets to be the natural world. That's something that's decided by a society in a much broader sense. And I think people like hunters and people like gardeners and people who go hiking and people who take photos of the landscape all have a part in constructing our idea of the natural world for each society. And that changes dramatically as you leave society to society, or even within a society, the city to the country to the suburbs, all have very particular ideas about what gets to be called nature for a particular group of people at a particular time. Those ideas shape the real natural world, shape the world of plants and animals and microorganisms and fungi and landscapes. Science is sort of, for me, the dominant way of understanding the world. It is very much my sort of cosmology. So I feel like as an artist I'm doing something very traditional, which is representing my worldview in the same way that Renaissance painters painted biblical stories. I'm telling the story of the world that I understand, and my filter that I use to understand that world is science. Science, of course, is supposed to be objective, and we know that there's a lot of problems with that. But of course, one of the things looking at science as an artist is that you realize that science has an aesthetic, and that aesthetic is very tied in with the pragmatic, with the practical materials one needs to do research. But nevertheless, science develops a kind of look to it. And what science looks like, I think, is very different from how most people think, maybe what most people think science looks like. But if you go to a laboratory in Buenos Aires, it looks remarkably like a laboratory in Cologne, which looks remarkably like a laboratory in Beijing. And so you do have this kind of international visual language of how science is practiced in a way, in the same way that you have an international language with scientific data. That would be nice if we had the jar.
Ouais.
Abbiamo finito. E la presentazione adesso vado qua, giusto? Ok. Yeah, sorry, I made things complex. Forse nuova condivisione. Yeah, I think this is the only one video that I will show you. Maybe at the end. Okay. So this was just an example of an artist and the use of contemporary art in Natural History Museum with a long history of collaboration in designing and the architecture. And so it's interesting because museums using these kind of museums that are research institution, so they are not only for the public, they are research institution, but they use in different languages, they bring also different kind of audiences in the museum. So this is an interesting use of contemporary art, and reflecting on what biologists doing and what artists, how artists see the world. And of course, we have other examples. We don't have time, but in Paris, the Natural History Museum with sculptures as this one of Emmanuel Fremier. So they use artists usually worked in Natural History Museum is an example, but the Natural History Museum in London, so with all the ornaments, the design, the architecture, so it's a very strong relationship, or in Wien, for example, with the architecture and all the symbology, all the paintings all around the rooms of the museums that use art to express scientific landscapes or scientific enterprises. So just to give you an example. And another example, of course, we have a lot. So just to give you another example is this one, the Museum for Naturkunde in Berlin. In Berlin, they have invested a lot of money for these artists in residence at the Natural History Museum. And I won't show you the video because it's too complex. But it's interesting if you have the time to look at the work, for example, in 2018 of Asaf Gruber, that is an Israeli artist. He has made with the diorama. So we know that the diorama is a very classic exhibit in Natural History Museum, so originated from the 30s of the 20th century, and sometimes these kind of exhibit give a very stereotype image of civilization, as in the American Natural History Museum, or nature, or animal behavior. So so what Asaf Gruber has done with this film is to work on a scientific expedition during the DDR with corals, but so I had chosen an interview, but it's better not to change the format, but it's another example. And the last example that I want to do with you today is about Science and Technology Museum. So I worked a lot with the Science and Technology Museum Leonardo da Vinci in Milan, and this kind of institution are very interesting, because if in the Natural History Museum we have the research plays a great role, in Science and Technology Museum we have historical artifacts very much connected with the idea of progress, civilization, genius. We have spoken about the genius. So in the name of this museum we have Leonardo da Vinci, so is very much of a choice to stress the fact of the invention, the genius, the science, the technology, the universal genius, as in this case, Leonardo. So this kind of institution, I don't want to do a history of this kind of museum, but the important thing is to show you how, for example, in Milan, they are using contemporary art and films to, in a way, decolonizing a certain idea of this collection, so connected with the invention, of genius, of progress, and these kind of things. And so this kind of institution has been founded especially during the second half of the 19th century, and then have grown a lot during the interwar years. That is very much interesting, because it's a strong use of rhetorics of who is most influential in the field of science and technology. Let's think at the Deutsches Museum in Munich, or the Science Museum in London, and other kind of museums. So, and I will use Sharon McDonald, that is a leading researcher in this field. So museums which deal with science are not simply putting science on display, they are also creating particular kinds of science for the public, and are lending to the science that is displayed their own legitimizing imprimatur. So in a way to change these particular kinds of science for the public, so to change the narrative in this kind of museums, art is doing a great job. And from an historian of science point of view, it's quite interesting to study and to see how this museum have represented science and technology through times. So and then how they are changing nowadays. They attempt to change sometimes the presentation of the historical artifacts to the general public and to researchers too. So it's interesting to see this kind of things, what representation of science resulted from these exhibitions in relation to politics, society, economy. We also spoken about that, the political side. So, and I think in these boundaries between art and science in a public space like the museums, this topic is quite pivotal. And we have to think that, I don't know, maybe it's quite common, but that scientific heritage, just like science, is not neutral, so is very much connected to politics. And in this way, it's very interesting to study the phase of this museum between the interwar years, because you see the US, you see Germany, you see Italy, and you see Spain, how they use these technological artifacts. And so it's interesting to study how, so the representation of the past, the imagination of the future, connected with these artifacts, concepts like tradition and innovation, nationalism and internationalism, and science and technology incorporated, encapsulated in these objects, in this collection, related to the idea of history, so progress, civilization, identity, nation state, and education of the masses, so or propaganda, it depends how we see it. And so the story, this kind of museums are very much connected with also universal exhibition, and so a certain idea of trade fair products to show. And so what is happening all around the world, but I will bring you the case of the museum in Milan. This kind of museum, they want to a bit change the way in which they can work on this collection. And Ferguson, in 1965, has written a very interesting article where it told, okay, these museums are not okay because they are connected with a certain idea of progress, with universal exhibition, with something connected to the past. So they have to change. With the Smithsonian and this network artifacts, some years ago, we have worked on this relationship between universal exhibition, narrative for the public, and science museums, also working on the concept of temporary permanent exhibition that has changed, especially throughout the 20th century. And so we have looked at Italy, we have looked also at the US with Chicago, and we have looked at Spain, Japan. So we had looked at the way in which we can interpret artifacts exhibition between universal exhibition and permanent science and technology museums that has been often originated from these events. And so the case, to be brief, the case of Milan is interesting. Why? Because it's a museum that has been inaugurated after the World War II, so in 1953, but after planning that lasts more than 20 years, so especially during the 30s, so during fascism. So we can see the use of the genius, the use of the invention, the use of Leonardo da Vinci as an artist and as a man of science and technology through different periods. And so the founder was an engineer, so very much related with this. He was general manager at Riva, so a factory assembling turbines and water pumps. He was a historian of technology too, and he was also interested in antiquity, so in Roman, in this imperial Roman ship set at the bottom of Nemi Lake that has been destroyed during the Second World War after the recovery in Lazio. And so what is interesting is that the case of Milan in those years, so in the interwar years, was not the only one. So in Italy, in the specific years, many people were interested in let a science and technology museum for the people, for the education of the people to be founded. So we have also in Rome a group of people that wanted to open a science museum in connection with the Universal Exhibition that has failed because of the war. We have Guglielmo Marconi connected with the Council of Research. We have Mussolini itself that in a message addressed to Marconi asked to establish new living museums of science, technology, industry as a tool of progress. So this is the history. Yeah, I don't know. It's very much strong, not only in Italy, but in other parts of the world. So you see, just to give you an idea, so in Rome, they founded this kind of museum of cimeli, so of primati, and in Rome they wanted to open a new museum. And it's interesting that right now in Rome they are speaking of establishing a new science museum. So again and again this debate returns. And in Florence, the Museo Galileo with instruments was part of the debate, for example, the same debate. So looking also at science and technology artifacts has heritage. that it was a kind of a novelty at the time in Italy. So with respect to art, to archaeology and antiquities. And just to give you another idea, so how many exhibitions have been organized in the same years about science technology, about Leonardo da Vinci, for example, at Triennale of Milan. And this exhibition is very much connected with the idea of invention, Italian invention, of a certain rhetorics, a certain narratives of science and technology, very much connected with the national identity. And this is just an example of this kind of exhibition where we have architects and designers that have worked a lot also after the wars. And so what I wanted to stress is that this kind of museum is very much connected with these concepts of ideas of inventor, forerunner, these kind of things, connected to Italy, connected to Leonardo, connected to Italian inventors of that time. So when the museum in Milan has opened in 1953, so they decided to name the museum to Leonardo and to use the same rhetoric in different landscape, national and international. And so this was an example of, this was the Leonardo Gallery until the 2019. So now if you go to Milan and visit the museum, you see something completely different. And so what they are trying to do is using regisseur, is using also artists to change a bit this kind of way of looking at science and technology. It's just, they are just some projects, so we have others, but I think that in Italy is interesting. So, for example, they have worked also with this regisseur that is Francesco Clerici, who gave a different perspective on a participle accelerator. So, and I will show you a couple of videos at the end, just to give you an example of what they are doing. Changing the perspective on these intangible heritage things, on also objects in the storage, and also to change a bit the perspective of an engineer and so giving this topic to an artist and to change the perspective. And this is the first example. The second, always connected to this museum, is that the fact that when they changed the Galleria Leonardo da Vinci, that was a great revolution for the museum, because people go there because of these models and copies of Leonardo machines. So it was quite iconic, and they have decided to change. They have also decided to document and mixing the past and the present and the future of the museum. And this is another project, Meccanica di una mostra of Clerici. And they have also decided in 2019 to host the exhibition of this artist, that is Theo Jansen, to let people reflect about the relationship between biology and technology. So it's not in this meeting of languages, it's not only art and technology, but it's also different fields of research, so biology and engineer, for example. So and they have these very beautiful, amazing works of Theo Jansen, Dream Beast. And so maybe I can switch to the video, and so then so I just want to show you. So I show you maybe just Theo Jansen because he tells something. Qui? Cosa fa? Ok. Voilà. Così. And it's very brief interview. So.
Well, I think that it's of course there is a relation between biology and my work, but it's more like the evolutionary part. It's not that I look at animals and try to copy what they have in there. It's more that I want also to make new animals and don't want to copy what's already there. So I really would like to have a new evolution process on the beach. An engineer, when he builds a bridge, he really needs to think forward. And he has to be sure that everything works nice, that it doesn't collapse, right? So, and in my case, I just have an idea in the morning, and I go to my workshop and I build it in an hour maybe, and then I can take my conclusions at that after an hour. And usually that conclusion is negative because the idea is not to be realizable. Always the tubes, they protest, they never want to do what I want to do. And they seem to have other ideas. So I have to follow what the tubes want. And that road is very unpredictable and very capricious. And I don't know where I'm going. And in the end, it turns out that the tube's ideas are a lot better than my ideas. I think it's a real evolutionary process. It's not something what you could call intellectual design. We have a lot of mutants, a lot of disappointments, lots of things which don't work, but somehow it moves in a way which is natural to the tubes and natural to the environmental things like the wind and the sand on the beach. Also, at the end of the process, I'm surprised myself how beautiful the beast became, because I was not really working on beauty when I was making them. I forgot all about beauty or things. I just wanted to make it work. And I think that's also thanks to the tubes that they take the right decisions to make it beautiful. It's also hard to mention an animal which is not fascinating to look at. I mean, when you look at an animal walking or look at anything which is a result of evolution, you somehow read the millions of years which it went through to become that shape, and that somehow reflects to our sense of beauty. And that's so I think I didn't make beautiful animals, it just they made themselves. Understand that people want to somehow to classify what people do, right? It's and of course all these labels like artist or scientist are all made by the institutions. I mean, since the institutions we have a profession and we want to do things professional. When I'm on the beach and I'm working there under the clouds, I feel that these labels are irrelevant, in fact. I mean, I feel more like working in the rain, you know, like more like a sort of Eskimo who is out there living 20,000 years ago, or how they, and so time and place is not really relevant anymore. And an Eskimo doesn't know anything about art or a museum, and they make art, they make little sculptures, and he is very busy with the technology of the K-Jack maybe. And so on that moment I feel more like an Eskimo than like an artist.
So that was just to conclude, I hope, this workshop with a reflection about these boundaries that artists and scientists do, and I think that the museums, natural history museums and science technology museums right now are very interesting places to go and see what is happening in this regard. And so for me, it was interesting not to collaborate with this exhibition, but with the museum people, the curators, and to see how they see things. And so what is happening in this mixing the languages, mixing the boundaries. And so thank you for your passion, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. Are there any questions? Please. Yeah, please, Maria Teresa. No.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was really interesting, and I'm very interested in the interspace between art and science in museum, and in this exchange of languages and so. And I wanted to share some example that came to my mind. The first is quite banal, but probably you visit the Biennale curated by Johnny, and I mean, I had to think about this use as, for instance, cailloux stones as an object of art and this intersection. But another example that probably is more interesting is the TIA Anatomisches Theater in Berlin of the Charité. I don't know if you was there.
No.
It is, you should when you come to Berlin. It is inspired by the Anatomical Theater of Padua. And it became also a space for exhibition. So I think that the question of display is quite interesting in this case, because it is not a museum for natural sciences, but it is a place in which science was played, and it became an intersection between art and science. I visited an exhibition, I don't know if it was the beginning of this year or last year, about a micro and macrocosmos, and it was quite exciting to be there. Mm-hmm. And the other example that came to my mind has to do with the concept of copy, which is quite common in the contemporary art, in art history in general, and in contemporary art practices, but perhaps a little not so much studied in the Natural Science Museum. And I had to think about an exhibition or let's see, a work of art that a couple of artists from the Middle East, now the name is not coming to my mind, but I can look at my computer afterwards, they made two experiments, so to say. The first one was at the Bode Museum, in which they copied with a 3D reproduction the Nefertiti statues, you know, and then they made something similar at the Naturkunde Museum with the task of a dinosaur, and so they copied they put the copy in relationship with the dinosaurus that is there. So it was quite an interesting association. So
no, what I find very much interesting in this kind of museum that usually they are visited by children or families or researchers very much into their field, so engineer, physics, or biologists. So bringing this kind of exhibition or change of narrative throughout in this kind of museum, I think that is pretty much interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. You mentioned the project for the museum in Padova, and you mentioned that you are going to bring back together these mixed objects coming from different disciplines. And I was wondering if you can tell us something more about what you have already in mind, and also because since there is already the historical arrangement that was made mixing these objects, if you are thinking to propose also an historical reproposition of how it was or how it can be reconstructed by the sources, I don't know, or if you are thinking of bringing them together but in a completely different and new, like contemporary ways. So.
Thank you, Agnese. Specifically, I'm not in charge of this project, but of the project of Botanical Museum. But so the concept, the scientific concept of this new museum is a reflection about the Anthropocene and the human impact. So the key to reread together this collection is to see so the civilization with a specific collection, of course, that we have in Padova, so with Japanese art or physical anthropology, or also prehistorical archaeology, so traces of the humankind, and to put it together to the natural history, classic narrative. So they will also use history, so the history of the collection, the history of the university from Valdisneri onwards, but the main narrative is from bringing together men, humankind, human civilization and nature. So this is what they want, they are planning.
Thank you. I think, Gwenda-lin, you had a question? No? Okay, sorry. Are there other questions? Or?
What?
Online, sorry.
Maybe there's not show. Maybe there's no play. Very okay, thank you, Caroline.
Can you read the question or not?
No, it's not a question, it's more of a comment. So
maybe we can just read.
I read. So, Caroline Jones, so very helpful analysis. Is there an Italian equivalent of institutional critique which has so transformed the separation boundaries you discussed? No, is a question. I'm thinking of the US 1990s projects such as Fred Wilson Mining the Museum and institutional attempt to recap this energy with MoMA Museum as Muse. And then the video of Dion is very helpful as he is so he's continuous with this history and one who early brought it into Science Museum. So no, there's not an Italian equivalent, unfortunately. I think that are changing, but not with this level of reflection, and so yeah, not so solid, I would say, unfortunately, from the point of view of the scientific museum. But there are individual initiative that I think that are a good start in this direction. Also of mixing also curators, so people from art history that discuss with natural scientists, curator, physicists. So it's changing, but we are, I would say, at the beginning. So we don't have projects like the Humboldt Forum in Berlin or these kind of things. No, unfortunately, no. Thank you, Karen.
Any other comments? Well, Elena Canadelli, thank you very much for your talk. Please. And now this workshop is over. During this today, the time flies very well, and I hope everyone has many ideas about these boundaries between science and art and how it was survived. Well, thank you everyone for coming here, and I hope everyone enjoyed good time and have other things to thought for further developments. Thank you.
I'd like to thank also you, especially Matteo, for all you've done to make this a wonderful event for all of us, from all of us. Thanks to the technical staff to make things work.
Yeah.
So really, thank you all from all of the speakers and all the participants, both here and enrolling from a distance. It's been a terrific conference with unexpected continuities and connections among the many different domains represented. So thank you all.
Thank you.